Chapter 29:57. The sword radiance was bright, clear, and serene. Within the sword radiance, sorrow flowed in reverse, traversing the universe. It was as if he had lost something extremely important in his heart and could not help but feel sad. Sorrow was about to spread, infecting the world and grieving the heavens and earth. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's soul body suddenly trembled. An indescribable sorrow immediately spread out, filling the surroundings. It was as if the saddest past in his heart had been drawn out, causing him to fall into a trance. The sword radiance had already arrived. It was the ultimate move of the demon's sword technique, Eternal Night. As the sword radiance slashed out, the pitch-black sword radiance seemed to have come from the abyss, bringing with it an abyss-like darkness. The two sword radiances instantly collided. The sword radiance dissipated, but a terrifying force still shot towards the sword-sharpening mountain lord, piercing through his soul body. The powerful force wantonly destroyed his soul body. Horrified and shocked, the sword-sharpening mountain lord did not know what had happened. His opponent's strength was inferior to his, and his sword technique was also inferior to his, yet he could unleash such a powerful and terrifying sword radiance. Its power was so strong that even the sword-sharpening mountain lord could not block it. Even though the sword-sharpening mountain lord's power had been greatly reduced due to the damage to his soul, it was still the ultimate move of the unparalleled sword technique. Run! The sword-sharpening mountain lord was afraid. The power of his soul had been greatly depleted, and his soul body had also become faint. His aura had withered. Although he still had the power to fight, if he continued fighting, would something happen that would cause his soul to collapse? He could not let his million-year plan die here. Without any hesitation, with a thought, the sword-sharpening mountain lord immediately fled into the black sword in his hand. In the next moment, the black sword erupted with a startling might. As black light permeated the surroundings, with a flash, it directly left Chunzong's sea of consciousness and appeared outside. It directly turned into a streak of dark light and vanished into outer space. He had left. The sword-sharpening mountain lord had truly left Chunzong's body and left. As Chunzong had forcefully dispersed the power of the cannon of the Fiend God Sword, his compatibility with the sword-sharpening mountain lord's soul had greatly decreased. If the sword-sharpening mountain lord wanted to possess and truly control Chunzong's body, it would be many times more difficult. Coupled with the fact that his soul was in danger of collapsing, even if there was only the slightest possibility, he was not willing to take this risk. Only when the sword-sharpening mountain chief fled did Chunzong let out a sigh of relief. His consciousness returned to his body, and he could not help but smile bitterly when he sensed the condition of his body. Tragic, heavy losses. First, it was the injuries on his body. Due to him forcefully dispersing his cultivation of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex, he had suffered heavy injuries all over his body. If an ordinary cultivator suffered such severe injuries, they would have died immediately. It was a miracle that Chunzong was still alive. After all, his cultivation came from the Godly Demon Sword Codex, and the more he cultivated it to the third stage, the deeper the connection. To a certain extent, the Godly Demon Sword Codex cultivated body refinement and chi refinement, and the body refinement had the meaning of forging an extraordinary treasure body. It was comparable to king bodies, saint bodies, and even divine bodies. By forcefully dispersing his cultivation, he had injured himself. His powerful body had also weakened, and he had become extremely weak. Chunzong felt as if he would collapse if a gust of wind blew. How to describe it? It was like a tree growing. As it gradually grew, its roots would spread all over the land. If the tree was forcefully uprooted, the integrity of the land would be destroyed. Not only would the integrity of the exterior be destroyed, but the integrity of the interior would also be destroyed. In short, Chunzong's body was in a terrible state. The powerful strength brought about by the heavenly gold sword body had disappeared. In addition, his soul was in an intense battle with the sword-sharpening mountain chief soul. His strength was constantly being depleted, and he was constantly being injured by the sword. Now his soul was also in a very weak state. Moreover, his essence, qi, and spirit had been devoured. Although he could regenerate, it was not so easy. This was an unprecedented weakness. Shenzong had never experienced such weakness before. Fortunately, the mysterious seed in his sea of qi still had an exuberant vitality. Shenzong mobilized it, and it quickly filled his entire body. A clear stream flowed continuously, healing his injured body as he fell. Could he no longer fly after losing his cultivation? No. Under the quasi-supreme sword realm, Shenzong was still able to fly in the sky. It was like a bird, and it had become a type of instinct that was ingrained in his bones. It didn't have any definite connection with the Fiend God Sword mantra. Of course, losing his cultivation would directly cause Shenzong's flying speed to decrease drastically. This was inevitable. Similarly, Shenzong losing his cultivation did not mean that he no longer had any strength. Cultivation was a part of one's strength, but not everything. Losing his cultivation did not mean that he had completely lost his strength. However, cultivation was a very important part of one's strength. It was the foundation. Without cultivation, many techniques would lack something, and it would directly cause one's strength to decrease drastically. It would weaken one's strength by at least 10 times. Less than 1 out of 10 would survive. What was worse was that Shenzong realized that his perception of the 5 great Taoists was also fading. It became blurry and thin. After landing safely, Shenzong felt that his body was very weak. In fact, his current physique was still relatively strong compared to a heaven-rank cultivator who had not refined his body. It was just that he was not as strong as when he had mastered the heavenly gold sword body. This time, his injuries were too severe. Even if the mysterious seed's vitality kept surging and healing, it was unable to heal Shenzong in a short time. However, it was able to heal his heavy injuries and reduce Shenzong's pain. Not daring to stay, Shenzong quickly left while healing his injuries. He did not want other cultivators to be attracted by the fluctuations here. That would be very disadvantageous to him. Moreover, Shenzong did not forget that the quasi-sage Lord Jin Xian, who was killed by the sword-sharpening mountain lord, was an expert from the heavenly dragon Holy Land. His death would be known by the heavenly dragon Holy Land sooner or later. Perhaps they already knew. Old and new grudges. Although it was the sword-sharpening mountain lord who killed him, he would eventually come for him. For a time, Shenzong's thoughts were in extreme disorder. He'd suffered heavy injuries, lost his formidable cultivation, and his senses towards the sword Tao, Tao of the heart, Tao of the world, Tao of time, and Tao of space had become weak. If this continued, it might be severed. That would be equivalent to him losing the ability to mobilize and utilize the quintessence energy of the 5 grand Taoists, and his strength would imperceptibly decline a step further. Lost cultivation could be cultivated back. After all, it was not destroyed by others. It was dissipated by oneself. The meaning was different. However, the connection with the great Taoists of heaven and earth was cut off. Shenzong did not know how to reconnect with them. When cultivators comprehended the great Taoists, they used their own great Taoists to mobilize the corresponding great Taoists of heaven and earth in order to enhance their own strength. This was the cultivation method of cultivators below the saint rank. If one lost the connection with the great Taoists of heaven and earth, it meant that one's strength would be greatly reduced. Shenzong was now facing such a dilemma. As he ran, Shenzong's speed also increased rapidly. The injuries on his body were gradually healing under the vigorous vitality of the mysterious seed. However, there was still a sense of weakness. As time passed, it gradually disappeared. Shenzong had adapted to this body again. Without the power of cultivation, the strength of his body was not as strong as before. Fortunately, his realm was not affected. Shenzong was able to maintain a decent speed and leave the battlefield. As for the weakening of his divine soul and the lost essence, qi, and spirit, it would take more time to recover. With his extraordinary perception, Shenzong did not sense any danger. He gradually slowed down and thought carefully. This time, he took the initiative to disperse the power of the Fiend God Sword Codex. Other than severing his connection with the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord, it was also because of some thoughts or inspiration that occasionally flashed through Chunzong's mind when he was comprehending the single-hearted sword technique. However, that inspiration was fragmented and incomplete. As such, Chunzong was not very certain. However, now that things had progressed to this stage, with the combination of various factors, he was destined to have to make a choice. If he was unwilling to give up on the cultivation brought by the fiend god sword mantra, he would definitely continue to be entangled with the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord. He did not know when he would be possessed again. He would not be so lucky every time. Rather than that, he might as well give up the inheritance that did not belong to him. This was because the inheritance of the Fiend God Sword Codex was part of the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord's plan. He wanted to find a suitable vessel to carry his divine soul and return to the universe. Obtaining the sword-sharpening technique and entering the sword-sharpening mountain to obtain various great Dao sword techniques was a test to see if he was qualified to inherit the Fiend God Sword Codex. In other words, it was a test to see if he was qualified to become the vessel of the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord. Now, the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord had escaped. Chunzong did not know where he went. With his injuries, it would not be easy for him to recover. However, Chunzong was sure of one thing. If the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord recovered, he might come to him for revenge. Enemies at the level of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land and the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord gave him a headache just thinking about it. Even so, Chunzong didn't feel dejected or discouraged. He didn't give up hope because of this. He was still alive, and he still had some strength. He also had the quasi-supreme sword realm, so he still had some strength. That meant that there was still hope. With the loss of his cultivation, Chunzong was more prone to fatigue. Fortunately, he found a relatively remote place in the mountains as a temporary resting place to recover his physical strength. At the same time, he also allowed the power of his spirit and essence to gradually recover. Standing on a naturally formed obelisk, Chunzong looked ahead. At this moment, it was evening and the sun was setting. I lost my cultivation and my great Tao was severed. Chunzong's eyes became more and more profound as he stared at the endless distance ahead. There was a dazzling red glow. It was as bright as a burning cloud, blooming with an indescribable brilliance that shone in all directions. It fell on Chunzong's body and also on Chunzong's face. It was reflected in Chunzong's bright and clear eyes. It doesn't matter if I have no cultivation or my great Tao is severed. After all, it belongs to others. Chunzong's expression became more and more determined. From now on, I'll test my idea and walk a path that belongs to me alone. I will recover my strength and even break through my limits. The Heavenly Dragon Holy Land and the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord. What is there to fear? Chapter 29:58. In the Butterfly Valley, a tyrannical aura soared into the sky, shattering the vacuum. It was filled with extreme anger. Find him. Find that Chunzong. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The voice, filled with anger and killing intent, was extremely violent. It shattered the space of the Butterfly Valley, bursting out cracks. It was the expert of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. Seeing the Heaven Realm experts whose cultivation was crippled, the anger in his heart was indescribable. It was like an ancient volcano that was constantly accumulating power, boiling magma, and about to erupt and destroy the world. He still didn't know that Lord Jin Xian had fallen. Otherwise, he would probably explode in anger. The loss of 64 Heaven Realm Final Realm experts' cultivation being crippled was great. The loss of 4 Transcending Realm experts' cultivation being crippled was even greater, especially the monstrous genius who left his name on the Sealed Sky Monument. However, it couldn't be compared to the loss of a quasi-saint. The Heavenly Dragon Holy Land had been passed down for countless years. There weren't just 1 or 2 Saint Realm experts, there were quite a few of them. As for the quasi-saints, there weren't many of them. They were on par with the Saint Realm experts. The outcome of failing to break through to the Saint Realm in the inner universe was death. Only those who survived could become a quasi-saint. However, the probability was very low. It wasn't much different from the difficulty of breaking through to the Saint Realm. The Saint Realm experts wouldn't usually appear. Therefore, the person in charge of every holy land was a quasi-saint. The quasi-saints had some of the power of the Saint Realm. Their strength was far superior to the Heaven Realm. However, they couldn't improve and couldn't break through to the Saint Realm in their lifetime, even if they had a great opportunity. In this way, the quasi-saints didn't need to spend time on cultivation. They just needed to maintain it. In addition, they needed to comprehend and sharpen their martial arts to improve their strength. The quasi-saints had more time. They stayed in the Holy Land and dealt with the various affairs of the Holy Land. As for the Saint Realm experts, there was still hope for them to improve. Naturally, they would focus on comprehending in seclusion. The loss of a quasi-saint was really shocking. At least for thousands of years, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land hadn't suffered such a loss. However, the news was difficult to suppress. Like a storm, it swept out, and even more people learned about it. Yu Feilong of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Ground wanted to deal with Wushuang Jiani Qinzong and set up a grand killing formation in the Butterfly Valley. However, his cultivation base was destroyed and his cultivation base was crippled. The Heavenly Dragon Holy Ground's secondary sage, Venerable Jin Xian, personally went to deal with Qinzong. They were all directly related to Qinzong. Peerless Jiani Qinzong had actually crippled dozens of Heaven Realm experts and 4 Heaven Realm experts of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Ground. One of them was the Soaring Dragon Divine Sword, Yu Feilong. It was truly shocking, but at the same time, many people felt speechless. Why didn't they kill him but cripple his cultivation? What was the reason behind this? Or was this a personal quirk of hers? Did he have a hobby of crippling people? Some people sorted out Qinzong's past experiences and found that Qinzong had never killed anyone. The most serious thing he had done was to chop off his limbs and cripple his cultivation base. However, most of the time, it was just crippling his cultivation base. No solution. As for the fall of Venerable Jin Xian, a secondary sage, it was even more shocking. It was pointed out that Qinzong had something to do with it. However, no one believed that Venerable Jin Xian was killed by Qinzong. After all, no matter how powerful Qinzong was, he was at most an invincible Heaven Realm expert. How could he be a match for a secondary sage? Everyone guessed that other experts must have made a move. For example, Qinzong's master or someone like that. Perhaps he was a martial sage expert among the rogue cultivators. Although there were not many rogue cultivators, some of them were very shocking. There were even martial sage-level rogue cultivators. Qinzong's combat strength had improved so quickly. In addition, he had lived for hundreds of years but still maintained a youthful appearance. He must have had a great opportunity. Of course, it could not be ruled out that he was a disciple of a rogue cultivator. But after thinking about it, there seemed to be no rogue cultivator who could maintain a youthful appearance with superb sword Dao. Could it be that he was an ancient martial sage expert? In any case, this speculation made people more curious and fearful of Qinzong. But at the same time, many people were looking for Qinzong's whereabouts. In the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, a martial sage expert came out of seclusion. His fingers were suffused with a wisp of dark golden light. He drew in the air, leaving behind a trail. The trail looked incomparably mysterious, like a dancing dragon. But in the next moment, the dark golden light cracked inch by inch and directly shattered. My Dao-seeking formula can't deduce Qinzong's whereabouts. The martial sage expert frowned, surprised and bewildered. He did not know that at this moment, Qinzong's connection with the great Tao of heaven and earth had been completely severed and isolated. It was equivalent to saying that Qinzong had lost the power of the great Tao. In this way, his Tao-seeking formula naturally could not work. The Tao-seeking formula, as the name implied, must have a connection with the great Tao. Could it be that there is really a martial sage expert who concealed the great Tao of heaven for him? The martial sage expert of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land narrowed his eyes slightly, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. But no matter who it was, no matter which martial sage it was, If he dared to kill a secondary sage of the heavenly dragon Holy Land, he would have to bear the wrath of the heavenly dragon Holy Land. Chunzong did not know that many people were looking for his whereabouts. There were even martial sage experts who were personally deducing the great Tao of heaven. This mountain was a very ordinary one. The yuan energy here was relatively thin, and there were not many powerful beasts residing here. Usually, very few practitioners would come here. The location that Chunzong had chosen was also relatively remote and uninhabited, making it even more difficult to find him. At this moment, Chunzong was sad because of the sword in his hand. The Heavenly Will Sword. This sword had changed greatly. It was hard to imagine that this was the Heavenly Will Sword. Its color was gray, and the sword was covered with lines. If one looked carefully, they were not lines, but cracks. Chunzong knew that the Heavenly Will Sword was made of extraordinary materials. Even a martial sage expert would find it very difficult to destroy it. But now, the sword was covered with cracks, as if it would really shatter with a little force. It was a shocking sight. Why was it like this? Chunzong knew that this was because when his spiritual body and the sword-grinding mountain lord's spiritual body were fighting fiercely, the Heavenly Will Sword erupted with its origin and merged with Chunzong's spiritual body to display the strongest sword move. It injured the sword-grinding mountain lord and made him escape. Origin. To any living being or non-living being, it was the core and the most important thing. The Heavenly Will Sword's final origin erupted and merged with Chunzong's spiritual body to display the strongest sword move. The Heavenly Will Sword's sword spirit also dissipated. It was because of the disappearance of the origin and the disappearance of the sword spirit that the Heavenly Will Sword looked so gray and broken. The Heavenly Will Sword was closely related to him. Naturally, Chunzong was very sad that it had fallen to this state. He did not know how to restore the Heavenly Will Sword. No matter how he thought about it, Chunzong could not think of a way to do so. The origin dissipated, the sword's spirit disappeared. It had to be said that his loss this time was so great that it was immeasurable. His cultivation had completely dissipated. Of course, he had no choice but to do so, and there were also some subjective factors. But in the end, he had lost it, and his strength had greatly decreased. His great Tao had been severed, and his strength had decreased even further. The Heavenly Will Sword's origin dissipated, the sword's spirit disappeared, and its power was completely gone. Was this a terrible loss? If it had been anyone else, they would have already lost all hope. When Chunzong thought about it, he could not help but feel a sense of despair. But he was still alive, and there was still hope. Never stop improving. His finger gently brushed across the Heavenly Will Sword. There was no spiritual fluctuation, and it felt rough to the touch. There was a feeling of death, especially when his finger brushed across the cracks on its surface. That feeling made Chunzong's mind waver, and he felt even more uncomfortable. With a long sigh, Chunzong's gaze on the Heavenly Will Sword grew gentler. Apart from his family, this sword was the most important thing to him. As his finger gently stroked the sword, Chunzong's gaze grew deeper and deeper, and he seemed to be in a trance. Vaguely, Chunzong thought back to the beginning. When he was born with insufficient qi and blood, it was difficult for him to cultivate. Then, an opportunity fell from the sky. Since then, his meridians had been cleansed, and he had been reborn. From then on, he had embarked on the path of cultivation. At that time, he had formed a connection with the Heart Sword seal, or rather, the Heavenly Will Sword. As Chunzong continued to cultivate and improve, his connection with the Heavenly Will Sword had unknowingly deepened. Finally, when he had obtained the complete Heavenly Will Sword, his blood had connected, and it had merged with his spirit. The past was vivid in his mind, and it flowed through his mind. Chunzong could not help but tear up. It was heartbreak, and he was also moved. Reforged the Heavenly Will Sword. Without any hesitation, Chunzong had already decided to do this long ago. It was just that he hadn't been able to find any clues. As his mind spun, Chunzong kept thinking. There were many problems with him now. Cultivation, Great Tao, Heavenly Will Sword. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. If so, could he connect the three? The origin of the Heavenly Will Sword has merged with my spirit. The sword spirit has disappeared because of this. Shenzong frowned. He thought hard, vaguely grasping something. If so, why not use my spirit as the sword spirit? With the spirit as the sword spirit, the heavenly will sword could regain its spirituality and regain its strength. The heavenly will sword was connected to his blood, and it was completely integrated with his spirit. However, using his spirit to become the sword spirit of the heavenly will sword did not mean that he had to abandon his body. Shenzong's idea became clearer. He could merge the heavenly will sword with his body. While his spirit dominated his body, it also dominated the heavenly will sword. One spirit could use two spirits. This method was feasible. Shenzong's eyes brightened. He seemed to have found the right path. Merge the sword with the body. Merge the body with the sword. For a moment, his idea became clearer and clearer. Shenzong's eyes also became brighter. All kinds of fragments of inspiration emerged, and they constantly combined, becoming complete. The other path became clearer, and Shenzong saw hope. He was more confident, and he was no longer in the same predicament as before. If he could really do this, then the loss of his cultivation, the severing of his great path, and the destruction of the heavenly sword would be resolved. In fact, he would become even more powerful than before. Thinking of this, Shenzong's eyes became extremely bright. They were like two blazing suns, emitting an unparalleled light that illuminated everything. It was the light of hope. Chapter 29:59. In the remote mountains, the vitality was thin. Birds and beasts were nowhere to be seen, and traces of humans were scarce. There was only one figure standing upright with a sword in his hand. His back was straight, and he was like a sharp sword pointing to the sky. Shenzong's eyes were extremely bright, like the sun shining in all directions. His heart was full of hope. In his mind, countless inspirations emerged. These inspirations became clearer and clearer, making Shenzong more determined on his path. The Heart Sutra was constantly running, and the strong power of mind was also fluctuating. Ever since Shenzong obtained the Heart Sutra, he had been practicing it. From the initial realm of 1 mind to 10 intents, to 100 intents, to 1,000 intents. After that, he specially returned to the void to find his master, the Exayendao master, to study and discuss together. Based on his Grandmaster's experience, he deduced the 5th realm of the Heart Sutra, the realm of wholehearted sincerity. The realm of wholehearted sincerity meant the limit of the Heart Sutra. At least, Shenzong and Exayendao master thought so. However, after Shenzong mastered the realm of wholehearted sincerity, he continued to train and improve himself. Gradually, he felt that the realm of wholehearted sincerity of the Heart Sutra did not seem to be the end. There was still the possibility of further improvement. However, Shenzong did not know how to improve, because the realm of wholehearted sincerity was the result of continuous discussion with his master, Exayendao master, based on his Grandmaster's experience. If he wanted to continue improving, the difficulty would be 10 times greater. Until now, by chance, Shenzong grasped that little bit of inspiration and expanded it. Only then there was hope. Since I've come this far, I have no way back. Shenzong said to himself in a determined tone. At this point, no matter what the reason was, it was a fact that he had lost his cultivation, the Great Way, and the Sky Sword was damaged. The fact was that it had happened to him. No matter what he said, it was meaningless. Even though he had a burst of inspiration and was now more confident, it was still not 100%. However, Shenzong could only take the risk. If he succeeded, he would embark on his own path and walk on his own magnificent sword way. If he failed, it would not be worse than now. In that case, what would the next level of the One Heart Sutra be? As the spiritual light appeared, the One Heart Sutra would replace all other cultivation techniques, and the original auxiliary cultivation technique would become the main cultivation technique. In other words, once he successfully broke through, he would not be able to cultivate any other cultivation techniques, even if he had the opportunity to obtain a better cultivation technique than the Divine Demon Sword Codex. For a long time, ever since he obtained the Heart Sutra, he had used it as an auxiliary skill. Now, It was mainly used as an auxiliary skill. In that case, how could he break through the limits of the One Heart Sutra, break through to a higher realm, and become the main support? What Shinzong wanted to do was to activate the heart returning to nature realm of the Heart Sutra. Shinzong had seen the collapse of stars, the collapse of the world, the sudden changes of heaven and earth, and so on. All of these gave him inspiration at this moment. Under the wholehearted pure realm, a powerful mind energy circulated in his body endlessly. It was like a whirlpool that spun endlessly. It was like a river that flowed endlessly. It was like the surging waves of the sea that flowed endlessly. His aura was extremely vigorous. Chunzong broke out a strong will, forcibly stopping the mind power of the heart returning to nature realm from rotating, and then it started rotating in the opposite direction, reversing the heart returning to nature realm. This was the way Chunzong thought of to break the limits of the One Heart Sutra and the heart returning to nature realm. Reversing the heart returning to nature realm was extremely difficult. It was like forcibly moving a mountain. Chunzong's expression changed greatly, and he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His forehead was covered with blue veins, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. It moved. Under Chunzong's incomparable efforts, the power of the heart returning to nature realm slowly started rotating in the opposite direction. As soon as it started rotating, Chunzong's body trembled unconsciously. He only felt that his internal organs, bones, muscles, and even skin were all hit by a strong force, as if they were about to be crushed. His whole body seemed to be completely crushed and directly crushed into pieces. It was simply impossible to imagine such a feeling. However, Chunzong's body was unscathed. The feeling of being crushed into powder was a direct effect on Chunzong's divine will. It was a feeling in his mind, reversing bit by bit. All the strength in his body seemed to be sucked into it. In the next moment, Chunzong only felt that his mind trembled and his essence, qi, and spirit were all absorbed and out of his control. It was out of control. Chunzong's expression changed greatly. It was out of control. Once it was out of control, everything that followed would no longer be under his control. Under the loss of control, the power of the heart returning to nature realm was like a runaway wild horse, becoming crazy. Its reversing speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. His body seemed to be crushed inch by inch, and even his divine soul was the same. The pain was crazily sweeping over him, and it was several times worse than before. Am I going to fail? This thought flashed through Chunzong's mind. Once it failed, according to the current situation, the consequences would be very serious. His essence, qi, spirit, and divine soul would be severely damaged. Sure enough, it was not easy to find one's own path. It was too difficult, especially when it was an unprecedented path. It was a path that no one had ever walked before. It meant that he had to create a new path by himself, without any experience to refer to. A sudden change occurred. The Taihao spirit fire that had been in Chunzong's spirit suddenly swayed as if it was swaying in the wind. It directly turned into a beam of light and entered Chunzong's body. Chunzong's expression changed greatly. At this moment, the mind power, essence, qi, spirit, and divine soul of the heart returning to nature realm in his body were all in chaos. They kept colliding with each other, as if Chunzong's body was the battlefield. Chunzong felt that his body was collapsing from the deepest part of his body. Now, the Taihao spirit fire took the opportunity to join in the battle, making the conflict even more intense. This time, I've been too careless. Chunzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. His consciousness was getting more and more blurry. Soon, the bitter smile turned into a touch of determination. Since it's like this, I don't care. I'll give it my all. If I fail, it's okay. But if I succeed, with his last consciousness, Chunzong raised the heavenly will sword in his hand. It was gray and full of cracks. Although it looked like the sword would break with a little force, in fact, it was not. The sword material was extremely tough. It was not that easy to break. Chunzong raised the sword high. Then he stabbed it down. The target was his own body. It pierced through his chest. His body was no longer the same as before. The heavenly will sword easily pierced through his body until only the hilt was left. When the heavenly will sword pierced through his body, the four conflicting forces in Chunzong's body seemed to be disturbed. They became more and more violent. Chaos. The inside of his body was getting more and more chaotic. I formed my own Tao. With a last glimmer of hope, Chunzong's consciousness sank. He fainted, but his whole body was still. His body was as straight as a sword. He was motionless, as if he had taken root in the ground. But when he opened his eyes, they were blank. There was no light. It was as if he had lost his soul. In Chunzong's body, the four forces were constantly clashing and exploding. Again and again, and at his chest, there was a sword hilt. No matter how you looked at it, it was strange. His body was the battlefield, and all his powers were madly fighting and killing each other. They were also constantly being consumed, and as they were consumed, a new strand of power was born. When a new strand of power appeared, it revealed its extraordinary power and began to nibble away at other powers step by step. As it devoured other powers, the new strand of power also grew stronger and stronger. The sword in Chunzong's body seemed to be melting under the new force. It melted inch by inch. After it melted, it merged into Chunzong's body. The sun rose and the moon set. Night and day alternated. Chunzong was still standing, as if he had turned into a statue. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, shining down, bringing with it an astonishing heat. After that, the autumn wind rustled, incomparably bleak. A cold and solemn aura permeated between heaven and earth. After that, the cold wind blew like wind blades, bringing with it an astonishing chill like frost swords. Snowflakes drifted down. They fell on the mountain and also on Chunzong's body. Slowly, they covered him. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The four seasons rotated. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, the thick snow began to melt. It was the arrival of spring. After the snow melted, Chunzong's body was revealed once again. The sword hilt in his chest had disappeared at some point in time. His entire body was devoid of any aura, as if he was dead. Suddenly, an indescribable breath spread from Chunzong's body. It was as if all living things had come back to life. The sound of a heartbeat was heard. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if a giant beast had awakened. The sound of his heartbeat became more obvious, like the beating of a drum. Chunzong's skin was originally grayish-white, as if it had been smeared with a layer of lime. As his heart beat, the grayish-white color gradually receded and was replaced by a vibrant color. Gradually, his skin became ruddy. His dull gray eyes gradually lit up. It was as if a group of stars were blooming and condensing. As his eyes moved, Chunzong's neck moved. He lowered his head to look at his body. He raised his hands, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The feeling was indescribable. It was very strange. Immediately, Chunzong checked himself. It was a good thing that he was still alive. But what about the rest? Was the breakthrough of the One Heart Sutra a success or a failure? If it was a success, what kind of changes would it bring to him? Although Chunzong had speculated before, it was just speculation. After all, it was not the truth. After carefully feeling it, Chunzong looked surprised and doubtful. It seemed that it was indeed different from his speculation. Without testing it, Chunzong did not know whether it was good or bad. But then again, he was still alive. His breakthrough should be a success. This was a good thing. Chapter 2960. Time was the most ruthless thing. Once it was gone, it would never return. Nothing could escape the erosion of time, and everything would eventually fade away step by step. 3 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. In 3 years, many young lives had fallen to the ground, and many old lives had come to an end. 3 years was enough for many talented or lucky cultivators to break through to a higher level and master more powerful strength. 3 years was enough for a peerless talent to fade into the crowd. In 3 years, many things had happened in the inner layer of the universe's mysterious ancient world. Adding up the big and small events, there were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. It was hard to imagine. For example, in a certain domain, when a person from a certain clan was born, he brought about various strange phenomena. For example, a cultivator's strength had a great breakthrough, and he defeated powerful opponents one after another to become famous. For example, a certain force was destroyed for some reason, and so on. There were 2 more titles on the heaven sealing monument, which meant that in these 3 years, 2 more people had successfully left their names on the heaven sealing monument. In the inner layer of the universe's mysterious ancient world, there had never been a lack of geniuses or even heaven's prides. However, in some eras, there would be fewer geniuses and more geniuses. Therefore, in the past 3 years, Chunzong seemed to have been forgotten. Only a few people still remembered him. Even if the others remembered him, they wouldn't mention him again because Chunzong had disappeared for 3 years. In the first year, there were still many people looking for Chunzong's whereabouts, but unfortunately, they couldn't find him because Chunzong stayed in a very remote place. Everyone thought that Chunzong wouldn't go to such a place. In addition, they guessed that there was a saint-level expert behind Chunzong, so they wouldn't look for him in such a remote place. In the second year, there were still people looking for Chunzong, but there were very few of them. In the third year, only the people of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land were still looking for Chunzong's whereabouts. Chunzong walked in a city, looking at the bustling pedestrians and picturesque disorder shops. He felt as if he was in another world. 3 years had passed, but Chunzong felt as if 300 years had passed. 300 years, to an ordinary person, was a few cycles. In the inner universe, even heaven-rank powerhouses had a normal lifespan of around 1,000 years. 300 years was almost a third of their lifespan. Chunzong was wearing a fitting white sword robe. He did not carry his sword, nor did he carry any accessories. However, he did not look monotonous at all. Instead, he gave off a simple and elegant feeling. It was refreshing to look at, just like a white spot amidst all the other colors. Many people were also sizing up Chunzong, but they found that Chunzong didn't have any cultivation aura fluctuations. They just glanced at him and lost interest. Chunzong's aura did not fluctuate at all. He even gave off the feeling that he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. It didn't take long for Chunzong to find a restaurant and step inside. 3 years was not a long time, but Chunzong felt as if he had turned into a statue and stood still for 3 years. He missed the taste of good food and wine very much. Of course, there was indeed food and wine stored in his storage artifact, but the feeling of tasting it in a restaurant was, after all, different. After tasting the delicious food and wine, Chunzong left the restaurant and the city. He took a step out, but he didn't land on the ground. Instead, he stepped on the void, as if there was an invisible staircase. As Chunzong ascended step by step, a beam of sword light appeared under his feet. It was as if a long sword was supporting Chunzong's feet. Flying on the sword, in the blink of an eye, Chunzong flew away on his sword, breaking through the wind. His speed was extremely fast, but there was no powerful aura emanating from his body. It was just a very ordinary aura. Now Chunzong was in a very strange state. Different from other cultivators, Chunzong did not have his previous cultivation, but he still had his own cultivation, which was the cultivation of the One Heart Sutra. The One Heart Sutra mainly cultivated the power of the mind. Under the One Heart Sutra in the Pure Heart realm, the power of the mind was strong and vigorous, and it integrated all the power in the body. However, it was different now. The One Heart Sutra had become Chunzong's main cultivation method, and it was also the only cultivation method. The power of the One Heart Sutra was the main power, not the auxiliary power. This was a new realm, which was beyond the One Heart realm. The power of the mind of the One Heart Sutra, the power of the mind, the power of the One Heart Sutra, the power of the One Heart Sutra, and the power of the mysterious seed were completely integrated. That's right. After 3 years, the changes were completely beyond Chunzong's control, beyond Chunzong's expectation. The broken heavenly will sword and all the power left in his body were completely integrated with the power of the One Heart Sutra, forming a new and more powerful power. This power was sealed in his body and kept running. When Chunzong looked inside himself, he felt that his body seemed to have become a small world. It was not an illusory small world, but a real small world. This state was very strange. It was the small world of the human body. All of Chunzong's power was in the small world of the human body. It was self-contained, and it formed its own cycle. In this way, others could not sense Chunzong's aura. They only felt that it was very ordinary. In fact, it was because Chunzong had achieved the small world of the human body. Chunzong called this realm the one-heart chaotic prime realm. Chaotic prime was like chaos. Chaotic prime was one. It represented the condensation of all the power in one's body. The small world in one's body formed a world of its own. It was also called chaotic prime. Therefore, Chunzong named this brand new power, which was different from other cultivation methods, chaotic prime heart force. Chaotic prime represented condensation, while heart force represented the power of the mind. Chaotic prime heart force was completely different from other systems of power. It was difficult for other systems of power to sense it. Since then, Chunzong's cultivation had also embarked on a different path. He vaguely understood that the way to increase his strength was to cultivate the small world in his body. As it continued to expand, chaotic prime heart force would also continue to increase and strengthen, so that his own strength would continue to increase. As for his current level of strength, Chunzong vaguely felt that it had surpassed his previous level. It had surpassed the level of invincible heaven rank. As he hurried along, Chunzong thought about his future cultivation. He did not know if this path had been taken by others, but at least before this, Chunzong did not know. Therefore, to a certain extent, this was a path that Chunzong had opened up himself. Opening up a path as a pioneer was often the most difficult. However, if one could walk it, they would also be the strongest. Right now, although I can sense the origin of the great path in this world, in this universe, I can't mobilize it at all. Chunzong thought to himself. However, because of the fusion of the heavenly will sword, the small world in my body has formed its own swordway. Forming its own swordway meant that Chunzong had the power of the swordway. Moreover, this power had nothing to do with the outside world and would not be affected in the slightest. For example, when he fell into an environment like the grand formation of turbid gas, Chunzong's swordway would not be affected in the slightest. Even if the outside world was a place where the great path was severed, Chunzong could still use the power of the swordway. This was because it was completely his own power, born from the small world in his body. This was a power that truly and completely belonged to him. It was not affected by the outside world, and there were no hidden dangers. There were 3 holy lands in the sealed Heaven Ancient region. The first was the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, the second was the Heavenly Illusion Holy Land, and the third was the Heavenly Sound Holy Land. Chunzong was flying in the direction of the Heavenly Illusion Holy Land. Why was he going to the Heavenly Illusion Holy Land? Just to find Huji. 3 years ago, Huji sent a message to Chunzong, asking him to go to the Butterfly Valley. As a result, he was trapped in a formation and fell into a trap. If it were not for his powerful ability, he would have been captured alive by Yu Fai Long and the others. Now, he did not even know what happened to him. However, that battle also caused him to suffer heavy losses. If it were not for his decisiveness, some inspiration, and some luck, he was afraid that he would have died. Although now, he had gained great benefits, Chunzong could not let go of this matter. Was Huji's action kind or malicious? He had to confirm it with Huji. If it was kind, it could only be regarded as her unintentional mistake. Chunzong admitted that he was unlucky. However, if it was intentional, it was malicious. If it was malicious, it meant that she wanted to frame Chunzong. It was not kindness, but resentment. It was as simple as repaying kindness and resentment. It was so simple. Huji was a disciple of the Heavenly Illusion Holy Land. Chunzong's speed was very fast. Compared to 3 years ago, when he was invincible in the heaven stage, he was several times faster. Moreover, when he passed by in the air, his breathing was subtle and there was no big movement. The Fengtian ancient region was very vast, but Chunzong's speed was so fast that it did not take much time for him to reach the heavenly illusion Holy Land. Unparalleled, Jiandi Chunzong is here to pay a visit. When he arrived outside the heavenly illusion Holy Land, Chunzong's eyes focused. He looked through the illusion outside the heavenly illusion Holy Land and saw where the heavenly illusion Holy Land was located. The heavenly illusion Holy Land was best at illusions. It was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Moreover, there was more than one saint stage expert in the Holy Land. There were many quasi-saints and so on. As for the battle strength of the super realm, there were also many. Although Chunzong's strength had greatly increased and was much stronger than before, it was still not enough to face a Holy Land. Chunzong's voice rang out and was immediately heard by others. Unparalleled, Jiandi Chunzong. After hearing this, the guard at the gate was surprised. That titled battle pet warrior had disappeared for 3 years. What was he doing here? Was it real or fake? Why have you come to my holy land? The person guarding the mountain gate was also a powerhouse of the heaven realm. Although he wasn't as strong as Chunzong, he wasn't afraid at all. It was only because he was a disciple of the sky illusion holy land that he had an indescribable sense of superiority. Chunzong was just a rogue cultivator. Even if it was rumored that he had a powerful saint-level expert behind him, there was more than one saint-level expert in the sky illusion holy land. This was where the confidence came from. I'm here to pay a visit to Huji. Chunzong directly stated his purpose. To pay a visit to senior sister Huji. The disciple guarding the mountain gate frowned slightly and said, "Wait here. I'll pass on the message." Chapter 2961. Outside the sky illusion holy land, Chunzong stood in the air with sword light rippling under his feet like water. He waited quietly without any anxiety in his heart. He had already stated his purpose of coming here. Now it was up to the sky illusion holy land, or rather, Huji. If Huji had no ill intentions towards him and was also in the sky illusion holy land, then she should have come out to meet him. Even if she was not in the sky illusion holy land, she should have received the news and come to find him. If she was in the sky illusion holy land but did not come out to meet him, then perhaps there was a problem. Time passed slowly. Chunzong's expression was as calm as water in an ancient well. A quarter of an hour passed, and no one came out. Half an hour passed, and still no one came out. It was not until the fourth quarter of an hour that a figure flew out and appeared more than 10 meters away from Chunzong. It was a scholarly young man. He looked at Chunzong with a smile. "Are you Chunzong of the Peerless Jinni sect?" The scholarly young man's eyes glowed with a strange light, and his smile had a gentle charm like a gentle breeze. Junior sister Huji was summoned by the elders of the sect, so she couldn't come to greet you in person, so she asked me, your senior brother, to greet you. When junior sister Huji returns from the elders of the sect, she will come to look for you in person. Chunzong's mind turned. He was a little surprised, but a smile appeared on his face. There were some things that he had to ask clearly in front of Huji to feel at ease. When wielding a sword, only the heart can be at ease. If the heart is at ease, the sword will be steady. Chunzong, who had embarked on his own path, followed his heart more and more. If the heart was strong, the sword would be stronger. "Thank you," Chunzong replied. "However, my identity is a little sensitive now. It is not suitable for me to enter the sky illusion holy land to avoid causing a conflict between the sky illusion holy land and the sky dragon holy land. I will wait at the ancient pavilion 30 miles away. Please tell Huji." As soon as he finished speaking, Chunzong did not give the other party a chance to refute. He immediately rode the sword light and flew away at an astonishing speed. Just as the scholarly young man was about to open his mouth, Chunzong had already fled, causing him to be unable to speak the words that he had yet to say. He closed his mouth, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, causing his smile to look somewhat strange. Although Chunzong was tempted, it did not mean that he would put himself in danger. If it was really Huji who cooperated with Yu Long and the others to spread false information to deceive him 3 years ago, then this time, they had the intention of luring him into the sky illusion holy land. At that time, if a conflict broke out, it would not be easy for him to escape. Once the Sky Illusion Holy Land's Saint-level experts were alerted, it would be even more troublesome. However, Chunzong had no choice but to look for Hu Ji, because there were no other ways to contact Hu Ji. He could only come to the Sky Illusion Holy Land to look for her personally. This was the last resort. He had to find Hu Ji and ask her face to face. Otherwise, there would always be a barrier in his heart. Chunzong vaguely felt that crossing this barrier would be of great benefit to his cultivation path. 30 miles away from the Sky Illusion Holy Land, there was an ancient pavilion. It was somewhat dilapidated, and there were few people who stayed here. Chunzong chose to meet Hu Ji here, where they could advance or retreat freely. Next, he just had to wait. While waiting, Chunzong also comprehended the swordsmanship. As for the cultivation of the chaotic prime realm, he did not need to take the initiative to do so. It was constantly operating on its own, and the power of his inner world was constantly increasing. The swordsmanship was the single-hearted swordsmanship. This swordsmanship was based on the basic swordsmanship and integrated with the various swordsmanship mysteries and essences that Chunzong had mastered. It was gradually perfected, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Its potential was limitless, especially when Chunzong broke away from his original cultivation path and embarked on his own cultivation path. The power of the single-hearted swordsmanship was excavated to the greatest extent. In other words, using the chaotic prime heart force to perform the single-hearted swordsmanship was the most compatible. The two of them supported each other. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the sky red like blood and burned like fire. It was reflected in the dilapidated ancient pavilion, and there was a different kind of poignant beauty. Chunzong stared at the blood-red sunset and looked at the red setting sun in the distant sky. His heart was calm, and there was not the slightest ripple. A sudden change occurred. A wisp of fire seemed to burst out from the setting sun, and it broke through the sky like a lightning bolt or an aurora. It was so fast that Chunzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant. That wisp of red light flew over with unparalleled heat. It was like a small sun, about 1 meter in size, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. It made Chunzong's heart tremble violently, and he could not help but feel a catastrophe from the depths of his heart. It was as if he would be directly destroyed if he was hit by it. It was extremely terrifying. Chunzong's heart could not help but tremble. How could it be? How could such a ray of setting sun suddenly appear? And its power was so strong that it made him feel like he would be destroyed if he touched it. It should be known that although he did not know what level his current strength had reached, it was definitely much stronger than before his cultivation was crippled. Even if he were to face a quasi-saint like Lord Jin Xian, Chunzong was confident that he would be able to contend against him. Lord Jin Xian was a quasi-saint, and his strength was extremely powerful. The fact that he was confident that he could contend against him showed that his strength was much stronger than before. This ray of setting sun could bring him a fatal sense of danger. Could it be that a saint-level expert had attacked him? At the very least, it was an all-out attack from a powerful quasi-saint. Who could it be? Chunzong's thoughts raced as he connected the dots. Could it be that the experts of the Sky Illusion Holy Land had attacked? Or did the Sky Illusion Holy Land inform the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land to attack? If that was the case, it could only mean that there was something wrong with Hu Ji. I can't dodge it. Chunzong had a feeling that he would not be able to dodge it no matter what. The speed of this ray of setting sun was too fast, and its momentum was extremely shocking. Suddenly, Chunzong's right hand grasped the void, and a ray of silver sword light shot out, condensing into the shape of a long sword. It was exactly the same as the Heavenly Will Sword from before. That's right, this was the Heavenly Will Sword. Chunzong used his own spirit as the sword spirit and merged it into the Heavenly Will Sword. The Heavenly Will Sword was also merged into Chunzong's body and blood, and there was no difference. The sword in his hand was like a finger, incomparably compatible, and could erupt with power that surpassed the limit. He raised the sword, and the sword light condensed. A dot of golden light grew on the spine of the sword, spreading out until it reached the tip. An unparalleled sharpness spread out from the Heavenly Will Sword, and sword chi swept out like a storm. He swung the sword. Single-hearted sword technique. Since he couldn't dodge it, then there was no point in dodging it. He used his own powerful sword technique to slice open the heavens and earth. However, when Qinzong swung the sword, he found that the space under the sword was intact, and there was not a single crack. Something was wrong. He was much stronger than before, and there was no reason why he couldn't slice open the space. In fact, he could slice it open easily. Even if the space was strengthened, he should be able to feel it. Now that he had cultivated the heaven and earth in his body and was in control of his own way of the sword, even though he couldn't use the other powers of the ancient Xian world, he could feel it more clearly than before. An illusion. In an instant, Qinzong understood. There was no fluctuation in the space, and there was no crack in his sword. Combined with the way of the cultivation of the sky illusion holy land, Qinzong immediately deduced that the setting sun in front of him was an illusion. Now that Qinzong understood, he immediately came to his senses. When he looked again, that startlingly powerful setting sun seemed somewhat unreal. It was indeed an illusion. This illusion was indeed very advanced. It actually blended into the surrounding environment, and if he wasn't careful, he would fall for it. Fortunately, he didn't panic. Instead, he remained calm and paid attention to the details. Then, he saw through the mystery of this illusion. However, Qinzong still slashed out with his sword. This was a high-level illusion technique that made it difficult for people to distinguish between reality and illusion. It could even change between illusion and reality. When you thought it was fake, it might become real. When you thought it was real, it might become fake. Reality and illusion were often separated by a single thought. Of course, if it became real, then the strength of the person who cast the illusion and the power of the attack wouldn't be much stronger. However, apart from the fact that it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, there was another terrifying aspect of illusion. If one fell into an illusion and believed that it was real and acknowledged the terrifying power under that aura, then when one was attacked, one might also suffer such a powerful attack. Qinzong saw through it. As he swung the sword light broke through the air and hit the setting sun, immediately splitting it. However, the setting sun that was split suddenly exploded, turning into countless crimson rays of light. Like sharp arrows and like a rainstorm, they shot towards him. This time, it was not fake but real. Every crimson ray of light carried an astonishing power and directly locked onto Qinzong. Qinzong swung the sword again. Again, it was simple, as if he was holding a brush and using space as a cloth to write a word. It was just a word, but contained indescribable mystery and explained the amazing mystery of the way of the sword. As he swung the sword light broke through the air and tore a fine trace in the void. The illusion had been broken, and under the sword, the crimson arrows that shot towards him were all shattered. With a twist of his wrist, the sword turned into a straight stab, and a wisp of sword light broke through the air. 1,000 meters away, a figure suddenly appeared, waving his hands to lay down layers of qi. Blocks of crimson qi emerged like fire, blocking Qinzong's sword light. However, the sword light was extremely sharp, breaking through layer by layer and killing with irresistible force. You're worthy of being called the unparalleled Jinni. You can see through my illusion. After blocking the sword light, the man immediately floated back. His figure leaped like fire, and in an instant, dozens of figures appeared. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. They surrounded Qinzong from all directions. Qinzong recognized at a glance that this person was the one who had invited him into the sky illusion holy land. It seemed that there was no need to think too much. What happened 3 years ago was inseparable from Hu Ji. It was indeed Hu Ji who had spread false information to make him fall into the trap. Involuntarily, Qinzong's eyes shone with a cold light, and killing intent filled the air. Chapter 2962. The phantoms were so real that it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Dozens of phantoms appeared in all directions, attacking Qinzong from different directions. Each of them held a crimson, short blade in their hands. They drew a mysterious trajectory and attacked mercilessly. Qinzong condensed the mixed yuan heart force into his eyes. In an instant, an indescribable change occurred in his eyes. Among the dozens of phantoms, except for one, all of them became illusory. Seen through. Under Qinzong's mixed yuan hard eye, all of the illusory techniques were seen through. What the other party used was not just illusory techniques, but illusory martial arts. Illusory martial arts were extremely brilliant and were the unique inheritance of the Sky Illusion Holy Land. This person's strength was not weak either. He was at the level of the Transcendent Realm and belonged to the top of the Transcendent Realm. He was stronger than Yu Feilong. But so what? This kind of strength was no match for Qinzong back then, let alone the current Qinzong. Under the mixed yuan hard eye, all illusions could not be hidden. Qinzong directly waved his sword. A sword that came casually, a sword that was played down, a sword that was naturally formed. This was a sword that could not be avoided. The man's expression suddenly changed. He was horrified, but he found that he could not avoid Qinzong's sword no matter what he did. It looked like an extremely simple sword move, but it was a sword move that had truly simplified the Great Tao and returned to its original state. The moment the thought came to his mind, he was immediately hit by the sword. All of the phantoms disappeared like bubbles. The real body fell to the ground. His body was directly penetrated and blood flowed endlessly. Qinzong did not kill him directly because he still had a use for him. Is this Hu Ji's idea? Qinzong's figure flashed and appeared in front of the man. He looked down at him from above, and an amazing sword pressure followed. Sword will fill the air. It was so terrifying that Qinzong could not resist at all. There was no need to answer, because Qinzong knew the answer when he saw the change in the other party's expression. Yes, it was related to Hu Ji. Hu Ji was in the Sky Illusion Holy Land. Qinzong came looking for her. She, who had a guilty conscience, did not dare to face Qinzong. She wanted to capture him. Therefore, she asked this person to find Qinzong and lead him into the Sky Illusion Holy Land. At that time, she could arrange to trap Qinzong and let the people of the Sky Dragon Holy Land come to capture Qinzong. She did not expect that Qinzong did not enter the Sky Illusion Holy Land. Instead, he turned around and left. After passing the message to Hu Ji, this person chased after Qinzong in an attempt to deal with him alone. He had never seen Qinzong's strength before, but he was very confident in himself. In addition, the Sky Illusion Holy Land's illusion martial arts were very magical. In most cases, the weak could defeat the strong, so he was very confident. Unexpectedly, the illusion he was so proud of was seen through by Qinzong. It did not work. The illusion martial arts he used were also defeated by Qinzong. He was directly hit by the sword and was seriously injured. Only then did he realize that his opponent was indeed very strong, much stronger than him. He regretted it very much. Fortunately, since the peerless Jiandi Qinzong appeared, he had never killed anyone. At most, he cut off limbs and destroyed cultivation. Cutting off limbs was very painful, but it was not difficult for him to regrow them. With his status in the Sky Illusion Holy Land, it was not difficult. Even if his cultivation was destroyed, with his accumulation and so on, he could ask the experts of the Holy Land to help him recover. In the next moment, Qinzong stabbed his sword directly between the man's eyebrows. Kill. Before he died, a trace of astonishment and confusion flashed in the man's eyes. According to the legend, the peerless Jiandi Qinzong was known to not kill people. What he liked most was to destroy people's cultivation. He was known as the tireless cripple. So far, no one had been killed by him. Even the people in the Butterfly Valley who surrounded him were all destroyed in the end. As for the death of the quasi-sage Lord Jinxian, no one thought that it was Qinzong who killed him. It was the expert behind Qinzong who did it. He did not expect that he would be killed. At the moment of his death, his heart was filled with incomparable panic. Rumors were indeed unreliable. The reason why Qinzong did not kill people was that he was afraid of the sword-grinding Mountain Master's divine soul in the Black Mark. He was not willing to let the sword-grinding Mountain Master devour his divine soul to restore himself. But now, the sword-grinding Mountain Master's divine soul had been greatly depleted and was forced to leave Qinzong. Qinzong did not have this concern. Without this concern, he killed without hesitation. After killing the man casually, the sword in Qinzong's hand did not disappear. It was because in the distance, there was a strong aura sweeping over. Immediately, the surrounding environment changed drastically. It turned into a world of ice and snow. The ground was covered in frost, and the sky was filled with snow. Endless coldness filled the air. Chinzong could not help but tremble all over, as if he was about to be frozen. So cold. Why did it suddenly become so cold? Although Chinzong felt that this was an illusion and that he was in an illusion, he felt the cold invading him crazily, as if it wanted to freeze him. It was a very strong illusion. It was much more advanced than the one he had killed before. Illusion was not a simple illusion. It was an advanced technique that could really affect the 5 or even the 6 senses. The more advanced the illusion, the more real it was. It was so real that even if you thought it was fake, you would still be affected. For example, it was very cold now. The bone-chilling coldness kept attacking. If you thought it was fake, you would still feel the coldness constantly invading you. Unconsciously, your thoughts would be shaken, overthrown, and finally, you would think it was real. Once you thought it was real, you would be finished. The invasion would intensify until you were really frozen, and your vitality would be extinguished. Good illusion. Chinzong endured the cold invasion, but his thoughts were not shaken at all. Illusion? It was just an illusion. The invasion of the coldness was just a trick to deceive one's perception, but it's still not enough to deal with me, Chinzong said unhurriedly. The mixed yuan heart force was operating in his eyes. He stared at the illusion, intending to find the flaw. Immediately, he waved his sword. It was the single heart sword technique. The quasi-supreme sword realm swordsmanship was becoming more and more perfect. Now, he had successfully integrated the mysteries of the heart sword technique, the world sword technique, and the void kill sword technique. All kinds of mysteries and essences were turned into such a sword. This sword, driven by the mixed yuan heart force, became more and more powerful. With a slash of the sword, the ice and snow illusion was immediately split and collapsed, revealing a figure in a white robe. It was a woman, and her face was extremely cold. Chinzong broke her ice and snow illusion with a sword, which was beyond her expectations. However, Jindy's reputation was still very shocking. There was no doubt that he was invincible in the heaven rank. Then, she, who was on duty, had to show more strength. With a wave of her hand, a snowstorm descended. It was mighty and astonishing. In an instant, the ice and snow illusion descended once again. The extreme cold invasion was several times stronger than before. Chinzong could not help but be secretly surprised. Who was this person? The illusion martial technique was so terrifying that it had the strength of an invincible in the heaven rank. Chinzong thought quickly. There were not many invincible heaven rank cultivators in the ancient mysterious world. There were also not many invincible heaven rank cultivators in the sky illusion holy land. There were only a few of them. Then, there was only one who was compatible with this person. The Frost Spirit King, Xie Daoshuang. This person's name and title were on the sealed sky monument. Chinzong had also done some research on the experts in the ancient mysterious world. She was an invincible heaven rank monster with the extremely powerful Frost Spirit bloodline. This bloodline belonged to the top 10 among the heaven rank bloodlines. It was very amazing. Coupled with her amazing development of her bloodline and her unique talent in the illusion martial technique, her strength was also very strong among the invincible in the heaven rank. Within the world of ice and snow, the chill grew even deeper. The snowstorm swept out wildly, becoming even more vast and mighty. Soon after, a snow-white elven queen appeared within the snowstorm. Her eyes were frosty white, as if they did not contain the slightest emotion. Her body was surrounded by strands of frost energy, which was extremely shocking. As soon as the frost elven queen appeared, the chilliness increased by more than twofold, causing frost to spread all over Chinzong's body. Under the assault of this extreme chilliness, Chinzong almost believed that it was real. No, it was not just an illusion. Chinzong instantly understood that this was an illusion martial technique, which belonged to Xie Daoshuang's unique illusion martial technique. It was a unique illusion martial technique that combined the illusion martial technique of the sky illusion holy land and the power of Xie Daoshuang's bloodline. With a wave of her hand, the Ice Elf Queen shot out streaks of frosty white light. They were as swift as the aurora in the sky, and mercilessly shot toward Chinzong. Wherever they passed, the space was frozen. The frost ray gave Chunzong a feeling that it was difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality, but its power was very terrifying. However, Chunzong's expression did not change. In the face of these terrifying frost rays, he did not even have the slightest intention of dodging. It was as if his whole body was invaded by the deep coldness and could not move. He could only watch as the frost rays shot towards him. He swung his sword. The heavenly will sword in his hand seemed to be raised slowly, and then he swung it. When he swung it, the time and space under the sword seemed to have slowed down. The speed of the sword was so fast that it had surpassed a certain limit. The frost ray was immediately shattered by the slash of the sword, and the sword light shot towards the Frost Spirit Queen like a hot knife through butter. The Frost Spirit Queen seemed to have a life of her own. A look of shock suddenly appeared on her beautiful face, but she did not slow down in her attack. She opened her hands, and a small frost storm immediately formed. She pushed it forward and crazily swept forward, madly absorbing all the cold in the world of ice and snow. It quickly grew, condensed, and moved forward. When the sword light came into contact with the frost storm, it paused for a moment before dissipating. However, Chunzong's expression did not change, and he once again swung his sword horizontally. The power of this sword was even more tyrannical. The stronger the heart, the stronger the sword. This sword pierced through the frost storm and directly hit the Frost Spirit Queen, crushing her like a hot knife through butter. The world of ice and snow once again dissipated, revealing Xie Daoshuang's figure. Her face was pale, and blood was flowing out of the corners of her mouth. She looked at Chunzong in shock and involuntarily cried out, "How could your strength reach such a level?" A quasi-saint. Xie Daoshuang did not dare to believe that peerless Jiandi Chunzong's strength had actually surpassed the invincible heaven rank and reached the quasi-saint realm. This was simply too shocking. Chapter 2963. The Frost Spirit King, Xie Daoshuang. Her talent was outstanding, her bloodline was tyrannical, and her strength was extremely strong. There was no doubt that she was invincible in the heaven rank. However, she met Chunzong, who was even stronger. Quasi-saint. Chunzong's strength had actually surpassed the heaven rank to become a quasi-saint. It was simply sensational. In just 3 years, he had actually risen from the invincible heaven rank to the quasi-saint level. It was unimaginable. 3 years was indeed not a short period of time. It was enough for a prodigy to improve or even break through in cultivation. However, the higher the cultivation and the stronger the strength, the harder it was to improve. 3 years was just the tip of the iceberg. Sometimes, it would take 30 years or even longer. However, Chunzong had only used 3 years to raise his strength from the invincible heaven rank to the quasi-saint level. It was simply shocking. For example, Xie Daoshuang herself had been in the invincible heaven rank for more than 20 years, but she had only improved a little. There was another point. Quasi-saint. What was a quasi-saint? The so-called quasi-saint was a cultivator who had failed to break through to the saint rank but had survived. It was a realm between the heaven rank and the saint rank. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for an invincible heaven rank cultivator to reach the quasi-saint level because after the heaven rank, one had to break through to the saint rank. Of course, there were cultivators in the heaven rank who had raised their strength to the quasi-saint level, but it was extremely rare. Since ancient times, it had been rare for there to be a few. She didn't expect to meet one. Where's Hu Ji? Chunzong defeated Xie Daoshuang, but did not kill her. Instead, he stared at her. His tone was indifferent, but there was an indescribable sword pressure pressing down on her. If you want to kill me, do as you please. Xie Daoshuang regained her cold expression. Her eyes were extremely cold, and she looked at Chunzong without fear. She had a super strong bloodline and extraordinary talent. She was also an invincible heaven rank monster who had left her name on the sealed sky monument. Naturally, she had her pride. You can contact Hu Ji, right? Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Call her out. Chunzong stared at Xie Daoshuang and said slowly. His words carried the pressure of sword intent, which made Xie Daoshuang's expression change drastically. But he still struggled to hold on, not saying a word. He stared at Chunzong stubbornly. Since that was the case, Chunzong's expression did not change. His heavenly sword stabbed forward. The sword light broke through the air. Xie Daoshuang discovered that she had no way to evade. The might of this sword was too powerful, directly enveloping her and locking on her. It was as though the sword was aiming for her heart. A shocking killing intent gushed forth. He wants to kill me? This thought rose in Xie Daoshuang's heart, and it was incomparably sudden. The unparalleled Jiandi Qinzong. After he had successfully left his name on the sealed sky monument, no one dared to look down on him. Instead, they went to learn more about him because they did not know when they would become opponents. Only by knowing the enemy and knowing oneself could one win 100 battles. Especially in the Battle of Butterfly Valley 3 years ago, Qinzong had single-handedly defeated 4 Transcendent Realm experts and 64 Transcendent Realm experts of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. This had pushed his reputation to an astonishing level. Because of this, Xie Daoshuang naturally understood Qinzong. She knew that he was a master who had never killed anyone. As long as it was an enemy, he would cripple their cultivation or even cut off their limbs. But now he wanted to kill her? Suddenly, Xie Daoshuang recalled that her junior brother seemed to have been killed by him as well. He really dared to kill. Misunderstanding. Everyone had misunderstood. Qinzong did not hesitate at all, nor did he intend to show any mercy. He stabbed out with his sword, wanting to take Xie Daoshuang's life. He did not show any mercy because of Xie Daoshuang's beauty. In all fairness, Xie Daoshuang was indeed very beautiful. Coupled with her unique temperament, she was even more attractive. However, it was useless against Qinzong. If he had to kill, he would kill. In the past, he had not killed anyone because he was afraid of the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord. Now that the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord had left his body, there would be no such future trouble. In the blink of an eye, Qinzong's sword pierced directly between Xie Daoshuang's eyebrows. With one stab, her spiritual soul would be destroyed and her body would be destroyed. Even with Xie Daoshuang's cold state of mind, she could not help but feel a sense of fear. Extreme fear. She did not want to die because she still had a bright future ahead of her. She had the hope of breaking through to the sage stage. However, at this moment, she could not resist at all. She could not dodge at all. She could only watch as an extremely sharp sword light shot towards her. In an instant, it would pierce between her eyebrows and kill her. Her spiritual soul would be destroyed, and her spiritual soul would be destroyed. Everything would be reduced to nothingness. A sudden change occurred. An extremely terrifying pressure descended and pressed down from the sky. Qinzong only felt that the pressure was so strong that it suffocated him. It was as if his whole body was being suppressed by an invisible mountain. His sword also paused. This pause was like the end of the world. Under the pressure, Xie Daoshuang's body flew back involuntarily. She quickly distanced herself from Qinzong. In the blink of an eye, they were 10,000 meters apart. The terrifying pressure continued to press down on Qinzong's body and spiritual soul. It was as if Qinzong was going to be crushed. This kind of pressure was extremely tyrannical. Sage stage. Sage stage. Sage stage. Qinzong's expression was extremely solemn. He did not expect that a sage stage expert would make a move. The moment he made a move, such a terrifying pressure attacked him. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. Roar. An earth-shattering roar rang out, shattering the sky. Qinzong saw that the sky was shattered. A dark golden light shot out, followed by a huge, dark golden dragon head. The sage stage expert of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land had made his move. Although the sealed Heaven Ancient region was vast and the distance between the Sky Illusion Holy Land and the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land was not short, it was nothing to a sage stage expert. They could shatter space and cross over in an extremely short period of time. One had to admit that Hu Ji's plan was one step after another. First, she failed to invite Qinzong into the Sky Illusion Holy Land. Then, she asked her senior brothers and sisters to deal with Qinzong. She even sent the news to the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. In an instant, the sky was completely shattered. A huge dark golden dragon rushed out of the broken sky and appeared high up in the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shattered the space. A pair of huge dark golden dragon eyes stared at Qinzong. The terrifying power contained in them was extremely shocking, as if it wanted to crush Chunzong into pieces. It was indeed a sage stage expert. Such power, but Chunzong looked at it without fear. A fighting spirit even grew in his heart. His mixed yuan heart force also unknowingly sped up, constantly bursting out and becoming more and more tyrannical. Mixed yuan heart force realm. If one's heart was strong, one's strength would be strong. If one's strength was strong, one's sword would be strong. His back, which was originally a little bent, was straightening bit by bit, resisting the monstrous dragon pressure of this sage stage expert. However, the ground around Chunzong collapsed one after another. The dilapidated ancient pavilion had already been shattered under the impact of this tyrannical dragon pressure and turned into powder. Seeing Chunzong's bent body straighten up little by little, like a sharp sword that was being pressed down hard and was about to spring up and straighten its body, the sage stage expert from the heavenly dragon Holy Land was extremely shocked. Not only was he not a sage stage expert, but he was also able to withstand his dragon pressure and straighten his body. It was simply amazing. It should be known that dragon pressure was at the top level among all kinds of pressure. When Chunzong straightened his back, a shocking sword intent soared into the sky. It pierced through the 9 heavens and tore a part of the sage-level powerhouse's draconic might apart, pointing to the sky. This sword intent was shocking to the extreme and tyrannical to the extreme. It vaguely had a kind of charm that surpassed the limit and broke the cage. In an instant, Chunzong's heart trembled unceasingly. This sword intent was indomitable and indomitable, as though it could see the dawn of hope. His will was resolute, unyielding, and unyielding. The circulation speed of the Chaos Origin heart force grew faster and faster, causing the sword intent to grow stronger and stronger. With a sword in hand, he dared to compete with heaven and earth. He was fearless. At this moment, Chunzong felt that under this increasingly tyrannical dragon pressure, he was like a piece of iron that had just been taken out of the oven and placed on an anvil. It was being hammered and tempered by a sledgehammer. Under such tempering, his mixed yuan heart force became more and more condensed and powerful. That shocking sword intent also became more and more tyrannical and more astonishing. The sage stage expert of the heavenly dragon Holy Land immediately realized that this Wushuang Jiandi's talent in the Tao of the sword was extraordinary and unprecedented. He couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, he might be able to break through the limit and make his sword intent break through to the unparalleled realm. Once the sword intent broke through from the quasi-supreme realm to the unparalleled realm, the sword's power would immediately rise by a level. This level of advancement was a leap, and it could also establish an opportunity for a breakthrough. In other words, once Chunzong's sword intent broke through the quasi-supreme realm and broke through to the unparalleled realm, it meant that when Chunzong tried to break through to the saint stage, his success rate would be even higher. As long as there were no major accidents, his chances of breaking through to the saint stage would be more than 50%. The saint stage was like a different world. It wasn't that easy to break through. The success rate was too low. Under normal circumstances, the probability of a heaven stage expert breaking through to the saint stage was less than 1%. More than 50%. That was more than 50% success rate. How astonishing was that? As long as one's luck wasn't too bad, they would be able to break through successfully. Take Jianyi, for example. Once he successfully broke through to the saint stage and became a sword saint, he would become a very powerful sword saint and would become a huge threat. After all, Jianyi Chunzong and the heavenly dragon Holy Land didn't have a good relationship. If he broke through to the sword saint realm, he would more or less become a great threat to the heavenly dragon Holy Land. Even a peak saint stage expert wouldn't be able to kill an ordinary saint stage expert so easily. It would be very difficult to do so unless they made a lot of preparations beforehand and made sure that the saint stage expert couldn't escape. They could only take advantage of this opportunity to suppress or even kill Chunzong. If they missed this opportunity, it might be more difficult to do so next time. Attack. In an instant, the saint stage expert directly attacked. The 1,000-meter-long dark golden dragon suddenly stretched out its front claws. It was as if it was grabbing the sun, the moon, and the stars. It directly enveloped a part of the world like a five-clawed cage, sealing Chunzong and suppressing him. Under the five claws, Chunzong couldn't dodge. Chapter 2964. A 1,000-meter-long dragon with dark golden dragon claws. This strike filled heaven and earth. 5 terrifying cracks appeared in the void, as if a sharp blade had cut through a thin piece of paper. The 5 spatial cracks looked so shocking and terrifying. In Chunzong's eyes, it was so soul-stirring. The destructive aura emitted from it was even more shocking. The golden dragon's claws could make heaven and earth collapse. Under the 5 claws, the void was locked down, and heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned. There was no way to dodge or resist. This was the shocking power of a saint-level cultivator. They had walked out of their own great path and were no longer restricted by the great path of heaven and earth. Under the attack of a saint-level expert, the great Tao of those who had not reached the saint level would be suppressed or even isolated. This was one of the main reasons why a saint-level expert could crush those below the saint level. If one's great Tao was isolated, one's strength would plummet. Moreover, under the terrifying aura of a saint-level expert, one's cultivation would also be suppressed. One would lose the ability to resist and could only wait for death like a fish on chopping board. After the saint-level expert of the heavenly dragon Holy Land displayed this claw, he was sure that the outcome was already decided. Jinny Chunzong's strength was indeed very strong. He was at the level of a quasi-saint. However, a quasi-saint was inferior to a saint-level expert. There was no such thing as luck. Even if a quasi-saint really had the power of a saint-level expert, it was only a small part. It was naturally useful for those below the quasi-saint level. However, against a saint-level expert, it was like an egg hitting a rock. Not only would it have no effect, but it would also hurt oneself. This was the gap. Under the suppression of a saint-level expert, a powerful quasi-saint would not be isolated from the great Tao, but his strength would be weakened to the extreme. The pressure that Chunzong was enduring at this moment was really extremely strong. However, Chunzong was not really suppressed. It was only because Chunzong had walked out of his own great Tao. This great Tao had already broken away from the orthodox great Tao of heaven and earth. Indeed, the great Tao of heaven and earth was isolated, but this would not affect Chunzong's strength. Because now Chunzong had nurtured the great Tao of heaven and earth in his body. The great Tao of heaven and earth was the only great Tao of heaven and earth. This great Tao of heaven and earth had nothing to do with the great Tao of heaven and earth outside. Moreover, Chunzong's cultivation power was the mixed Yuan heart force condensed from the One Heart Sutra, One Heart Realm. It was completely different from ordinary cultivation power. It also existed in the world within one's body and was self-contained, so it would not be affected. Pressure was just normal pressure of pressure. Facing the descending dark golden dragon claw, Chunzong's expression was extremely solemn, and his expression was extremely serious. But in the depths of his eyes, traces of sharp and cold light flickered and condensed, and it was like a dazzling, cold star. Sword. In an instant, the flow of time and space around Chunzong seemed to slow down. The floating dust also became clear. When it fell, it seemed to be held back by an invisible force. However, Chunzong's arm had disappeared. Streaks of sword light swept up like a torrential downpour, slashing towards the huge golden dragon claw that was descending from the sky. Great Tao of heaven and earth. This was the single-hearted sword technique that Chunzong had unleashed with his full strength. In an instant, he unleashed several dozen strikes before breaking through to several hundred strikes. Several hundred sword lights from the single-hearted sword technique that contained extremely shocking sword intent and extremely powerful mixed Yuan heart force poured out without holding back. This was Chunzong's resistance. This was Chunzong's counterattack. Even if you are a great Tao of heaven and earth, so what? I'm not convinced, and I'm not afraid. The great Tao of heaven and earth was extremely shocked and puzzled. Those who had not reached the great Tao of heaven and earth could not withstand the pressure of a great Tao of heaven and earth. This was common knowledge. Only those who had a great Tao of heaven and earth could withstand the pressure of a great Tao of heaven and earth. However, the power of a great Tao of heaven and earth could only be exerted by a great Tao of heaven and earth. Those great Tao of heaven and earth did exist, but they were extremely rare and precious. He also did not feel the slightest aura of a great Tao of heaven and earth from Chunzong. In other words, Chunzong withstood the pressure of a great Tao of heaven and earth with his own strength. This boy's secret was completely unexpected. The eyes of the great Tao of heaven and earth flickered incessantly. Originally, he had planned to kill Chunzong directly, but now he changed his mind. This was because the secret on this boy's body had aroused his interest. If he could uncover this secret, it might have a certain effect on his cultivation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even if it was only a slight effect, it would be fine. After all, cultivation after reaching the great Tao of heaven and earth became more and more difficult. It would take a long time to make progress. Often, it would take decades or even hundreds of years. Sometimes, even if one cultivated in seclusion for thousands of years, there would still be no obvious progress. The pressure of the dragon claw was even more tyrannical. Moreover, the changes in the force contained in it were even more subtle. It fell down like a prison. Hundreds of single heart sword techniques, single heart sword light, slashed on the dragon claw, but they were all shattered. The reason why saint-level experts were saint-level experts was not only because of their terrifying holy aura that could isolate the great Tao and suppress their cultivation, but also because of their terrifying strength. Compared to the heaven level, it was a qualitative change, just like the qualitative change from grass and wood to steel. Regardless of the great Tao of heaven and earth, a great Tao of heaven and earth could crush anyone below the great Tao of heaven and earth. Combined with all of these, a great Tao of heaven and earth was even more terrifying. Although Chunzong was not obviously affected by the great Tao of heaven and earth, there was still a gap in strength. However, Chunzong did not seem to be aware of this gap. He kept waving his sword as if he did not know what fatigue was. As he waved his sword, beams of sword light soared into the sky. Each beam of sword light contained astonishing power, and the power in each beam of sword light became more and more condensed and tyrannical. The dark golden dragon claw fell. In fact, it only lasted for a moment, but Chunzong broke out to the extreme at this moment. He waved more than 1,000 beams of sword light in 3 waves, and each wave was more tyrannical than the last. However, when each wave of sword light hit the dark golden dragon claw, they were all shattered, like water droplets falling on a stone. Chunzong looked solemn, and his eyes were firm. He was not affected at all, and there was no change in his expression. He was not discouraged or frustrated at all. In his mind, images flashed past. Since he was young, he had suffered many setbacks, but he had never given up. Even when he was in despair, he would never give up. Now he would not give up. Vaguely, traces of unique comprehension surged endlessly within the divine sea, and within the world within his body, there seemed to be a strand of fiery light blooming. As soon as the fiery light appeared, it was suffused with an unparalleled tenacity, representing vitality and hope, and it was like a strand of dawn cutting through the darkness. Chunzong's eyes seemed to be burning in an instant. They were like 2 true suns, emitting a blazing light. His divine will was also like the sun, shining brightly. In an instant, Chunzong's power was burning. In the world inside his body, a true sun was directly condensed. The power instantly poured into the sword in his hand. It was extremely violent, ferocious, and vigorous. Looking up, his eyes were like the true sun, staring at the sky. Except for the huge, dark golden dragon claw falling from the sky, there was nothing else. Everything seemed to be reduced to nothingness. The sword he swung seemed to disappear in an instant, as if it had melted. Only a ball of light shot up into the sky. The light was as strong as the true sun. This was the light of the true sun, and also a round of sword light. As soon as the sword light appeared, It was filled with an unparalleled, domineering aura that suppressed all things in the world. It also had a kind of light that cut through the darkness and eliminated the darkness. It brought hope and dawn to the world, and more importantly, it brought dawn to himself. This sword symbolized his resistance against the darkness. What was darkness? Everything that wanted to obliterate him was darkness. If it was darkness, it had to be cut through to bring him hope and dawn. This sword, my name is Tai Hao. When he swung this sword, Chun Zong's heart was filled with a sense of enlightenment. Tai Hao, the Tai Hao of Mount Tai Hao, the Hao of Mount Tai Hao. This sword symbolized the meaning of the fire of Tai Hao's spirit. At this moment, Chun Zong finally understood the meaning of the fire of Tai Hao's spirit. Unfortunately, the fire of Tai Hao's spirit had long disappeared. Well, to some extent, it could not be said to have disappeared. It could only be said that the fire of Tai Hao's spirit had integrated into his inner world, becoming an inseparable part of it. Although the understanding of this sword could not make Chun Zong's strength truly reach the saint level, it pushed the power of this sword to surpass the quasi-saint level and reach the initial stage of the saint level. The sword shot up into the sky, and the sword light shocked the 9 heavens. In an instant, the true sun divine light of the Tai Hao sword collided with the dark golden dragon claw. It did not collapse like the previous sword light. Instead, it collided with the dark golden dragon claw, erupting with an extremely shocking aura. After the dark golden dragon claw paused, it began to crack inch by inch, and the light of the Tai Hao sword also collapsed. In just an instant, the terrible pressure between heaven and earth also dissipated. Without hesitation, Chun Zong immediately burst out with extreme speed and flew away. Although the Tai Hao sword's power had reached the initial stage of the saint level, it directly consumed most of his strength. The remaining strength was less than 10%, not enough to release another sword. If he relied on other means, he really could not fight against the saint-level expert of the heavenly dragon Holy Land. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he hurriedly escaped. Whether he could escape in the end or not, he had to try. In an instant, Chun Zong's speed was extremely fast, as if he was jumping in the void. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but he was also silent and unpredictable. Don't think about escaping. The saint-level expert of the heavenly dragon Holy Land was startled at first. Although he did not use his full strength in that attack, it was still broken. It was simply inconceivable that it was broken by a non-saint level expert. However, now was not the time for him to be shocked. He understood that no matter what, he could not let Chun Zong escape. Otherwise, there would be more trouble in the future. Think about it. A person who could burst out with the power of a saint-level expert before reaching the saint level. How terrifying was that person? Once he reached the saint level, how amazing would that person be? Chapter 2965. School is finally starting tomorrow. I'm relieved. In his inner world, the mixed Yuan heart force was constantly circulating and recovering at an amazing speed. Soon, it recovered from less than 10% to 10% and was still recovering. The rapid recovery of strength was also Chun Zong's current advantage. While escaping, Chun Zong recovered his mixed Yuan heart force. However, the saint-level expert had no intention of letting Chun Zong go. He immediately chased after him. Once such a person broke through to the saint level, he would immediately become a great threat to the heavenly dragon Holy Land. He did not think that Chun Zong would not bear a grudge against him after he attacked Chun Zong. The speed of the saint-level expert was much faster than Chun Zong. The 1,000-meter-long golden dragon shook his tail and his body swayed. He immediately flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, he caught up with Chun Zong and stretched out his claw. This claw was more powerful than the previous one, more than twice as powerful. Obviously, the saint-level expert was really angry and used his real strength. The heaven and earth were shrouded. It was as if the space where Chun Zong was grabbed by this claw. It was as if it was forcibly separated from the heaven and earth. I can't escape. Chun Zong immediately understood that he could not escape. The void within 100 meters was forcibly grabbed and completely isolated. This method was too terrifying. Its power was far beyond what he could resist. However, it was not really digging up a space. It had not really reached that level. It was just a symbol. Even so, there was no difference. After all, there was no way to resist it. Chunzong's expression was extremely cold and solemn. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. What should he do? Although his strength was not affected, there was no difference. Because the opponent's strength was too strong, completely exceeding his limit. Even if he could display the Tai Hao sword, he still could not break it. Chunzong did not think too much. Or rather, countless thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second. He immediately made a decision. Shatter the inner world. This was a last resort. It was also the last resort. It was a desperate move. The formation of the inner world was not easy. There were many opportunities and coincidences involved. Chunzong guessed that it was related to the One Heart Sutra and the Heavenly Will Sword. After all, he had witnessed the creation of the Heavenly Will Sword. It was born in an ancient and powerful world and absorbed the origin of that world. By shattering his inner world, he would be able to obtain great power for a short period of time. This power would surpass his previous strength and forcefully break through his shackles, pushing him to the saint level. With the power of a sage-level expert, coupled with the vast sword, the power would reach an even more terrifying and astonishing level. Chunzong speculated that such a sword could break the imprisonment at this moment and even threaten the sage-level experts of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. Without any delay, Chunzong did not hesitate at all. He immediately stirred up the power of his inner world, intending to shatter it in exchange for a tyrannical saint-level power. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. He would let the world know that Jindi's sword was not to be trifled with. Chunzong's eyes seemed to be burning like the sun. The aura around him was also very strong. Determination, full of determination. Just as Chunzong was about to shatter the inner world, something strange happened. Everything in the surroundings suddenly slowed down. Soon after, it was as though a cool breeze had blown past, causing everything to solidify. Soon after, a spatial crack appeared. The crack was extremely stable, as though a door had been opened. Chunzong only felt an invisible force entangling him. The force was irresistible, but did not carry any hostility. It directly brought his body into the crack and disappeared in an instant. Who is it? The Heavenly Dragon Holy Land's saint-level expert immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately sped up his attack. The power contained in the claw increased by a lot. This claw shattered the void within 100 meters, turning everything into powder and dust. However, Chunzong had disappeared. Anger, rage, but at the same time, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land saint-level expert did not lose his mind. Instead, he became more and more serious. His huge, dark golden eyes stared at the shattered void, full of seriousness. In an instant, he felt the fluctuation of space. The person who attacked was a saint-level expert who had mastered the great Tao of space. Otherwise, he would not be able to intervene under his pressure. Then who was it? Which saint-level expert was it? Could it be the saint-level expert behind Chunzong? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land's saint-level expert's mind. In the end, he could not figure it out. However, he was clear that Chunzong had escaped. He had escaped right under his nose. This person's talent was extremely amazing. Not to mention that he had lived for hundreds of years. It did not matter at all. In short, he saw a threat from Chunzong, a great threat. This threat was very likely to become a hidden danger for the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. Unfortunately, it was difficult to find him. However, he could not give up. Even if it was difficult to find him, he had to find him and mobilize. The Heavenly Dragon Holy Land had to mobilize. The Heavenly Illusion Holy Land had to mobilize. And when necessary, even the Heavenly Sound Holy Land had to mobilize. To some extent, the three Holy Lands were actually of the same branch. It was just that the three Holy Lands had a good relationship when they were young, and this relationship still existed now. Chunzong stopped shattering his inner world. His figure shuttled back and forth in the void. The void around him was very stable, and there was no danger at all. He did not know which saint-level expert had attacked, but since the other party had saved him, there must be a purpose. Then, he had to find out what the other party's purpose was. If not, at least he could shatter his inner world in exchange for saint-level strength. Fight to the death. The saddest thing was that he could not even fight to the death. However, Chenzong could still do it. Then, no matter if it was a conspiracy or an overt plot, he would do it all without fear. Soon, Chenzong rushed out of the void passage and appeared in a small valley. This was a very ordinary valley. In the valley, there was a lake that was only 1,000 meters wide. A person was sitting by the lake, an ordinary-looking old man. He was fishing leisurely. However, the moment Chenzong saw the old man, his body shrank like a needle in pain. A saint-level expert. This was a saint-level expert. A saint-level expert who was even more powerful than the one from the heavenly dragon Holy Land who had forced him into a corner. Could it be that he had appeared here because of the other party? Junior Chun Zong greets Senior. Chun Zong immediately saluted with his sword. No matter what, the other party looked older and stronger than him. It was not an exaggeration to call him Senior. However, the other party did not seem to have heard Chun Zong's voice. He did not have the slightest intention to pay attention to Chun Zong. Instead, he was fishing leisurely, even if he did not catch anything. However, Chun Zong was not annoyed at all. Instead, he stood where he was and waited quietly. This was because Chun Zong knew that the old man must have known of his arrival. As for why he did not react, there must be a reason. Then he would just wait. While waiting, Chun Zong was also constantly recovering his mixed Yuan heart force. He was also constantly comprehending his swordsmanship. He was constantly reflecting on his previous moves, especially the Tai Hao sword that he had created under the extreme explosion. It was the ultimate move of the single-hearted swordsmanship. This move had amazing potential and terrifying power. It could actually break through the quasi-supreme realm and reach the true supreme realm. It surpassed the quasi-saint level and had the power of a saint level. Chun Zong felt that this move still had the potential to be improved and could become even more powerful. Therefore, Chun Zong did not feel bored at all, nor did he have the slightest impatience. On the contrary, he waited quietly and comprehended. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. The fishing old man did not catch anything. Or rather, he had already caught something. He put down the bamboo pole in his hand and looked up at Chun Zong with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Young friend, you're very capable." The old man smiled and praised him directly. He was praising Chun Zong's ability. He was praising Chun Zong for being able to contend with a true saint level at the quasi-saint level. This was almost impossible, but Chun Zong had done it. "Senior, thank you for saving me." Chun Zong was still comprehending, but he was not affected at all. He saluted the old man, who looked like an ordinary fisherman. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm looking for you for something." The old man did not directly admit or deny it. He even used the word "looking for" to downplay the favor of saving him. "Senior, I'll do my best as long as I can do it," Chun Zong said solemnly. "It's not a big deal, just a small matter." The fisherman old man smiled and said, "Let me ask you first. How much do you know about Tai Xian?" "Tai Xian?" Chun Zong was slightly stunned and looked a little surprised. "I don't know much about Tai Xian. I only know that Tai Xian is very mysterious. It promulgates the Tai Xian strategy and evaluates the world's geniuses. It's quite authoritative. Quite authoritative. Ha! Quite authoritative." The old man suddenly laughed. "You've indeed challenged the authority of Tai Xian." Chun Zong did not speak because he felt that the old man was not angry at all. Since ancient times, Tai Xian's evaluation has rarely been wrong, but there are always exceptions. The old man's eyes flickered incessantly as he spoke again, "And you are one of the very few exceptions. You have lived for hundreds of years, but you have the appearance of a young man. When you first appeared, you only had the battle strength of the Heaven Stage's low extreme stage, but in just a little more than a year, you advanced to the Transcendent stage and even left your name on the Sealed Sky Monument. You are invincible in the Heaven Stage. In just 3 years, You directly possess the strength of a quasi-saint, and even burst forth with a tyrannical sword that can contend with a saint stage. The more he said, the more intense the light in the old man's eyes became. His aura also spread out, which made Chunzong's expression change greatly and become extremely dignified. If the old man had not shown the slightest hostility, Chunzong would have thought that he was going to attack him. Young friend, I'm not talented, but I'm one of the leaders of Tai Xian. Now I specially invite you to join Tai Xian. I wonder if you'll do me the honor? The old man stopped laughing and said to Chunzong with a serious look. Chapter 2966. Tai Xian. It was the most mysterious existence in the ancient mysterious world. No one knew who was in charge of Tai Xian. No one knew how many people were in Tai Xian. No one knew where Tai Xian was located. No one knew the real purpose of Tai Xian's existence. In short, Tai Xian was very mysterious, extremely mysterious. Apart from Tai Xian itself, no one knew who the members of Tai Xian were, but according to speculation, they should exist among the beings of the ancient profound world. Otherwise, could it be that the members of Tai Xian were born out of thin air? Chunzong did not refuse the old man's invitation, but agreed. After agreeing, the old man took Chunzong to Tai Xian. Chunzong was still a little excited. Tai Xian was located in the ancient mysterious world, but it was not part of the ancient mysterious world. It was a secret realm attached to the ancient mysterious world. It was called the Tai Xian Secret Realm. This elder was a space saint, and his name was the Void Supreme Saint. Chunzong already knew that the saint grade experts in the ancient mysterious world were divided. The ordinary saint grade experts were called the Little Saint Realm, and above it was the Great Saint Realm. Basically, there were these two levels, but there was actually another level called the Divine Ancestor. The so-called Divine Ancestor was the top Great Saint expert, such as the Heavenly Dragon Ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, the Heavenly Illusion Ancestor of the Heavenly Illusion Holy Land, the Heavenly Sound Ancestor of the Heavenly Sound Holy Land, and so on. This level of saint rank was considered the pinnacle of the saint rank, a super existence that could suppress other great saints. The old man who looked like a fisherman in front of him was a great saint expert who surpassed the little saint realm, and a saint grade expert from the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land who chased after him was in the little saint realm. A little saint expert could chase him until he had no way out and almost destroyed his inner world in exchange for the temporary power of a saint grade expert. Then, what about a great saint expert? How tyrannical and terrifying would that be? Chunzong could not imagine it, but he was not afraid or discouraged. He was only excited and motivated. The little saint realm was like this. The great saint realm was even stronger, and the divine ancestor realm was even more tyrannical than the great saint realm. In the Tai Xian realm, the qi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. It was so dense that it felt like it had turned into mist. Chunzong felt refreshed just by taking a breath. He didn't know how much benefit it would bring to practice in such a place. Even ordinary people who didn't practice would be able to strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives in such an environment. Not only was the qi of heaven and earth so dense that it turned into mist, but even the great way of heaven and earth was enhanced and became clearer. Chunzong glanced over and could see traces of traces, flowing with brilliant colors. Unfortunately, it was useless against Chunzong, because Chunzong had already walked his own path. He mainly cultivated the mixed Yuan heart force, and his sword Dao was also self-contained. It existed in his own inner world and had nothing to do with the outside world. The disadvantage was that he couldn't absorb the qi of the outside world to enhance his practice and recovery power, nor could he mobilize the great way of the outside world to enhance himself. However, the advantage was also obvious. He wouldn't be restrained or suppressed because of this. In addition, his inner world could be constantly strengthened and become more powerful. It had infinite potential. Although the environment here was useless to him, Chunzong still felt very comfortable in it. The Tai Xian realm was not big, only tens of thousands of meters in size. There were many buildings, which were basically pavilions, The true Void Sage took Chunzong to one of the pavilions for identity verification. After the verification, it meant that Chunzong had officially become a member of Taishian. On the other side, the true Void Sage also explained the rules of Taishian to Chunzong. Taishian was an absolutely neutral force. In other words, it would not deliberately target any force, nor would it favor any force. Even if there was a situation where a member of Taishian was an enemy of other forces, it had nothing to do with Taishian itself, but was a personal action. As for inviting other experts of the Taishian sect to help, it was not impossible, but it depended on the situation. If they had a very good relationship, then they would help out of the friendship between friends and brothers. If their relationship was not good, then they would have to pay a certain price. As for what the price was, it was not certain. The most basic was profound coins, and there were all kinds of treasures and even cultivation techniques. However, the most common currency was Taishuan's internal currency, called Taishian coins. It depended on personal needs. Chunzong completed the verification and received a Taishian token. This token could allow Chunzong to go back and forth to the Taishian realm. However, he didn't have to pay any price for the first round trip. After that, he would need Taishian coins. Taishian coins and profound coins were only one word apart, but they represented different meanings. It was not so easy to obtain Taishian coins. One needed to contribute to Taishian. As for how to contribute, Chunzong was still unclear. You are now a real member of Taishian. Are you curious about the purpose of our Taishuan's existence? The true Void Great Sage asked with a smile. Chunzong nodded. Indeed, he was very curious. Maintaining neutrality is the attitude of our Taishian in the ancient profound world. The true Void Great Sage's tone became solemn, but it doesn't mean that we have nothing to do. Chunzong listened attentively. Evaluating the heavens prides of the ancient profound world and promulgating the Taishian policy is one of our duties. It is to motivate the heavens prides of the ancient profound world and let them have a clearer goal. The true Void Great Sage said solemnly, but this is just a small responsibility. In addition, the people of Taishian will also exchange cultivation methods with each other, but these are all small aspects. The real big thing is it. Chunzong frowned slightly, revealing a hint of doubt. What was it? Or who was it? Come with me. The true Void Great Sage pondered for a moment and said to Chunzong. Chunzong followed the true Void Great Sage out of the pavilion and went to other places. They kept going deeper and deeper until they walked into another pavilion. Mirror Pavilion. This was the name of this pavilion. Stepping into it, Chunzong saw a black round mirror immediately. The round mirror was 10 meters in size and stood in the middle of the pavilion. It emitted a simple and deep aura fluctuation, as if it was some kind of extraordinary treasure. This is the Taishian Sky Mirror. The true Void Great Sage said to Chunzong in a very solemn tone. Taishian Sky Mirror. Chunzong was slightly stunned. He murmured and waited for the true Void Great Sage's words. The Taishian Sky Mirror is the treasure of Taishian. It can see everything in the world. The true Void Great Sage smiled slightly and said, the reason why the Taishian Strategy's evaluation is so authoritative and why it has such a deep understanding of the various geniuses is precisely because of the mystery of the Taishian Sky Mirror. It can be checked. Chunzong suddenly understood why the evaluation on the Taishian Strategy was so accurate. However, Chunzong also thought of one thing, which was that the evaluation on the Taishian Strategy about him was that he was a rogue cultivator and not from the outer universe. In other words, the Taishian Sky Mirror should not be able to check his true origin. In this way, there could be a conclusion. The situation that the Taishian Heavenly Mirror could detect was now, the moment it began to detect a certain target. As for the past, the Taishian Sky Mirror, the past and the future could not be checked. However, if it could check a person's past and future, it would be too terrifying. It meant that everything was under control. It was sensational. The past was something that had already happened. It was better if it was verified. As for the future, it was actually full of variables. Sometimes, an opposite decision would determine a different future. Therefore, the future was full of variables and was even more difficult to verify. The Taishian Sky Mirror, a heavenly treasure that can check the heavens and earth, all things open. The true void great sage formed a seal with both hands and unleashed a powerful force that landed directly on the Taishian Sky Mirror. In an instant, the light of the Taishian Sky Mirror flowed across the surface of the mirror like water. In an instant, an image appeared on the 10-meter-wide Taishian Sky Mirror. Chunzong was shocked, and his eyes widened. What was that? The image that appeared on the Taishian Heavenly Mirror was very clear. It showed a pitch-black crack, an incomparably huge pitch-black crack. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the crack was actually formed by countless smaller cracks. The cracks wriggled as if they were alive, forming a huge crack that seemed to be constantly expanding. This crack seemed to be at least 1,000 meters long. "Senior, what is this?" Chunzong's tone was solemn. Even if he was only looking at it through the Taishian Sky Mirror and not here in person, Chunzong could still feel a terrifying aura emanating from the crack. It was extremely shocking. "Do you know the truth about our inner universe?" the true void great sage asked. Chunzong shook his head. He was from the outer universe. How would he know the truth? He knew very little about the inner universe. He learned about it through the ancient records of the outer universe. More than that, he learned about it after entering the ancient mystic world. The inner universe is not just the ancient mystic world. The true void great sage's words made Chunzong's eyes shrink. Not just the ancient mystic world. In the inner universe, besides the ancient mystic world, there is another world called the celestial demon world. The true void great sage's tone became more serious. Chunzong was stunned. At the same time, he felt that the celestial demon world sounded a little unexpected. However, it made Chunzong think of a force called the God Worship sect that appeared in the outer universe. Was it related? He didn't know. What's the background of the celestial demon world? Chunzong asked. The celestial demon world is the world of the celestial demons. The true void great sage said in a serious tone, "Every true celestial demon is equal to the sage level of our ancient mystic world. The powerful celestial demons are even stronger than the divine ancestor." Chunzong was shocked. If a celestial demon could be stronger than the divine ancestor, what level would that celestial demon be? The celestial demons of the celestial demon world are constantly trying to invade our ancient mystic world to develop their faith and increase their strength. However, our ancient mystic world is unwilling to be invaded by them. Therefore, Taishian was born. The true void great sage said, Taishian's biggest responsibility is to resist the invasion of the celestial demon world and keep them in the ruins of the world so that they can't really enter our ancient mystic world. The pitch-black crack you saw is the ruins of the world. The true void great sage said solemnly. In the ruins of the world, they were resisting the invasion of the celestial demon world. Only the strength of a quasi-sage is qualified to enter the ruins of the world to resist the invasion of the celestial demon world. Without the strength of a quasi-sage, it was difficult to move an inch in the ruins of the world. Chapter 29:67. The various explanations of the true saint gave Chunzong a more comprehensive and in-depth understanding of Taishian. More than half of the ancient mysterious world's saint-level experts and most of the quasi-saints were gathered in Taishian. It was the first line of defense against the invasion of the divine demon world. As for why not all the quasi-saints and saint-level experts joined Taishian, there was a reason. Chunzong was puzzled, but the true saint did not answer in detail. He only said that the ruins of the world was very dangerous. Even saint-level experts had a high chance of dying in it. What did this mean? Chunzong immediately thought of many things. A saint-level expert basically represented the pinnacle of a world or even a universe. Even if a great saint realm expert wanted to kill a pristine saint realm expert, it wouldn't be easy. The success rate wasn't high, unless one was fully prepared or had a special treasure to prevent a pristine saint realm expert from escaping. it would be difficult to kill them. At most, one would be able to injure them. At the saint level, one's life-saving ability had been greatly improved. Even if one was injured, one's self-healing ability was extremely strong. In short, it was easy for a saint level to defeat a saint level expert, but it was not easy to kill one. However, it was different in the ruins of the world. There, even saint level experts would be greatly restricted. One careless mistake, and they would die in it. Because of this, saint level experts were not willing to risk their lives in the ruins of the world. To be able to cultivate to the saint level, one's lifespan was countless times longer than that of a heaven level expert. It was not difficult for them to easily live for hundreds of thousands of years. Some of the more powerful ones could even live for millions of years. It was simply amazing. In hundreds of thousands of years, there were so many changes, so many generations had changed, so many geniuses had risen and fallen, let alone millions of years. Who liked to die? Everyone was afraid of death. The longer one lived, the more they were afraid of death. As for those who held high positions and great power, they naturally did not want to lose it. Because of this, nearly half of the saint-level experts were not willing to join Tai Xian and fight for the ancient mysterious world against the divine demon world. According to the true saint, anyone who broke through to the saint level would sense the mystery of the ancient mysterious world and know about the existence of the divine demon world. After that, someone from Tai Xian would contact them and tell them the truth. After that, it was up to the saint-level expert to decide. As for the secondary saints, they wouldn't be able to sense it, but they would be informed by the people of supreme mystery. They would know the truth and make a choice. Quasi-saint represented no improvement and no hope for a breakthrough. However, joining the supreme mystery realm was a hope for a breakthrough. That hope was in the battle against the gods and devils. If one could kill a fiend god and obtain the fiend god's origin, which was its divinity, they would be able to condense and fuse with it, breaking their own hopes and becoming a true saint. Originally, a secondary saint who failed to break through to the saint realm and survived would have no hope of breaking through to the saint realm in their lifetime. No matter how hard they cultivated, it would be impossible for them to break through again. However, the divinity of the origin of gods and demons had the miraculous effect of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. It was enough to allow a secondary saint to obtain another chance to break through to the saint realm. Although it wasn't 100%, it represented hope. One had to know that even though the lifespan of a quasi-saint exceeded the heaven realm, it was still very limited. The shortest was 5,000 years, and the most was 10,000 years. 10,000 years was the maximum lifespan of a secondary saint. No matter what method one used to increase their lifespan, it was impossible to exceed this limit. Who would be willing to live 10,000 years at most? Who would be willing to be unable to break through to the saint realm? It was especially so for a secondary saint who had already experienced a small portion of the power of a saint realm. Their hearts itched unbearably, and they couldn't wait to grasp all of it immediately. However, they couldn't enter the door. That kind of feeling was the most torturous and the most torturous. Therefore, as long as there was even the slightest bit of hope, they had to grasp it. Especially for those secondary saints who were old and nearing the end of their lifespan, they were even more willing to pay the price for it. As for Qinzong, he had displayed the strength of a secondary saint. Even the sword attack he had unleashed had reached an astonishing level. He had just stepped into the saint realm and was already qualified to know these mysteries. Learning these things from the true void great sage had touched Qinzong's heart greatly. Within the ancient mystic world, there were hundreds of regions. Small regions were the most numerous, accounting for 80% of the hundreds of regions. Within the small regions, there were no saint realm forces, which meant that there were no saint realm experts, but there were still quasi-saints. In the weaker small regions, there was only one quasi-saint, but in some of the more powerful small regions, there were 2 or even 3 quasi-saints. As for large regions, there weren't many of them. There were no more than 20 of them in total. Each region had a saint realm, and in each saint realm, there was more than one saint realm expert. There were at least 2 saint realm experts and at most 4 or 5 Saint Realm experts. There were also minor Saint Realm experts and great Saint Realm experts. There were very few ancient regions above the large regions. In the entire ancient mystic world, there were only 4 major ancient regions. In each ancient region, there was more than 1 Saint Realm. There were at least 2 Saint Realm experts, and at most 4 Saint Realm experts. For example, there were 3 Saint Realm experts in the Sealed Heaven Ancient region. In each Saint Realm, there was a minor Saint Realm expert, a great Saint Realm expert, and even a divine ancestor realm expert. With such a calculation, Chunzong couldn't help but be shocked. Chunzong estimated that there were only a few dozen saint-level powerhouses in the outer universe, including those who had gone into seclusion. However, in this ancient mystic world, there were at least 100 saint-level powerhouses, or even more than 100. As for quasi-sage powerhouses, there should be at least a few hundred of them. Such power was still very shocking. Once they entered the outer universe, they would be able to sweep across the outer universe. Fortunately, once the inner universe entered the outer universe, they would immediately be suppressed by the will of the outer universe, causing their strength to decrease significantly. No matter how powerful a Saint Realm expert was, even if he was a divine ancestor, he couldn't really resist a universe. Senior, the Taishan Sky Mirror is extraordinary. Can it be used to find someone? After digesting all the information that the true Void Great Sage had said, Chunzong suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. The Taishan Sky Mirror was so mysterious. If he came to find someone, would he be able to find Yin Xin? You're planning to find your Tao companion, Yin Xin, right? The true Void Great Sage had some understanding of Chunzong, so he asked with a smile. Chunzong didn't feel embarrassed and nodded. Of course you can. However, if you want to use the Taishan Sky Mirror to find someone, you'll have to pay a corresponding price. The true Void Great Sage said seriously, unless your Tao companion is not in the ancient mystic world, the Taishan Sky Mirror will be able to find her. What price? Chunzong immediately revealed a hint of joy when he heard this and immediately asked. Taishan coins. The true Void Great Sage said directly, as long as you pay 100 Taishan coins, you can use the Taishan Sky Mirror once. At that time, whether you want to deduce your own cultivation path or find someone, you can use it. 100 Taishan coins. Chunzong recited in a low voice. Senior, please teach me how to obtain Taishan coins faster. The fastest way to obtain Taishan coins is to go to the ruins of the world to resist the invasion of the divine demons. The true Void Great Sage's tone was extremely serious, and his expression was solemn. It was because the ruins of the world was incomparably dangerous, and the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. However, to quickly obtain Taishan coins, entering the ruins of the world was indeed the fastest way. Of course, it was also the most risky way. After killing the invading divine demons in the ruins of the world, one would be able to obtain Taishan coins based on merit. Taishan coins could be circulated among quasi-saints and even saint-level experts to exchange for various treasures. It could even be used to deduce cultivation paths for oneself by using the Taishan Sky Mirror to increase one's strength, and so on. As his thoughts turned, Chunzong had already made a decision. That was to go to the ruins of the world. Have you thought it through? The true Void Great Sage asked Chunzong. This was not a small matter. Chunzong nodded in response with incomparable determination. All right, prepare yourself. I will send you to the ruins of the world. The true Void Great Sage said in a serious tone. You have 2 choices. One is to guard the ruins of the world. You only need to stay outside the ruins of the world to prevent divine demons from rushing out. In this way, you will be able to obtain 1 Taishan coin every year. You only need 100 years to gather 100 Taishan coins and use the power of the Taishan Sky Mirror once. This is the safer choice. It is relatively safe, but it is not that safe. There will still be dangers, and divine demons may rush out of the ruins of the world at any time. The second choice is to truly step into the ruins of the world and kill the divine demons. If you kill a quasi-saint or demigod divine demon, the Taishin token will record it. When you return, you can exchange it for 1 Taishin coin. The true void great sage explained. A quasi-saint or demigod divine demon was only worth 1 Taishin coin. If Chunzong wanted to obtain 100 Taishin coins, he would need to kill 100 demigod divine demons. Was this easy? It was not easy. In fact, it was very difficult. However, if it could be done, it might not even take 100 years. It could even be done within 10 years. However, after killing a demigod divine demon, he would still need to return to the Taishin token to obtain Taishin coins. If he died, he would have nothing left. However, the true Void Great Sage could only give Chunzong suggestions and not instruct Chunzong on what to do. Everything was up to Chunzong to make his own choice. How to choose? One was to guard the ruins of the world. It was relatively safer, but it would take a longer time. The other was to step into the ruins of the world. It was more dangerous, but it could also be faster. After pondering for a moment, Chunzong made a decision. Step into the ruins of a world, and not guard the ruins of the world. Because in 100 years, many variables could happen. No one could be sure what would happen after 100 years. Seize the time and seize the present. Even if it meant taking some risks, Chunzong was willing. He did not know how many dangers he had experienced in his cultivation. It was also because of such experiences that he had sharpened his incomparably tenacious will and achieved his current achievements. However, his current achievements were still not enough. On the other hand, Chunzong was actually very curious about the divinity of the divine demon's origin. Since that divinity could give a quasi-saint the hope of breaking through to the saint rank, would that divinity be useful to him as well? Chunzong also thought of the 4th stage of the sword canon of the god and demon. To cultivate it, one must absorb the core of the divine demon's origin. Was that the so-called divinity? Of course, even if it was, Chunzong would not cultivate the sword canon of the god and demon. His one-heart chaotic prime was definitely not inferior to the sword canon of the god and demon. It was more compatible with him and had more potential. Since you have made up your mind, I will send you over. I hope you can survive. The true Void Great Sage said solemnly. Chapter 2968. At the beginning of the month, seeking a wave of monthly votes, saint-level experts had already walked their own Tao. A cultivator's path of cultivation, apart from the cultivation techniques, was to comprehend the Tao and master the origin energy. Only then would they have extraordinary power. However, to break through to the saint level, they had to walk their own Tao in the great Tao of heaven and earth. This Tao was different from the great Tao of heaven and earth, but it was also included in the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the essence of one's comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the Tao that was most compatible with oneself. The true Void Great Sage had comprehended the great Tao of space. His true Void Great Sage had fused the great Tao of space with other great Taos to form his own saint-level Tao. Chunzong didn't know how profound it was, but he felt a little bit of it and was surprised. This true Void Great Tao was unfathomable. In an instant, Chunzong crossed through layers of time and space and left the Great Mystery Realm, appearing outside the ruins of world. The Great Mystery Realm and the ruins of world were actually very close. To a certain extent, the Great Mystery Realm was actually connected to the ruins of world. Its purpose was to act as a zone between the mysterious world and the celestial and demon world to block the ruins of world. Simply put, the invasion of the celestial and demon world would pass through the ruins of world. The first stop was the Great Mystery Realm, then they would enter the mysterious world. It was also because of this that the mysterious world hadn't really been attacked by the celestial and demon world for many years. It was only because the experts of the Great Mystery Realm had resisted this threat. As for why they didn't announce the threat of the celestial and demon world, it was probably unnecessary, because without the strength of a quasi-saint, it was impossible to resist the invasion of the celestial and demon world. In the hundreds of domains in the mysterious world, there were countless cultivators, but there were only slightly more than 100 saint-level experts. There were more quasi-saints, but there were only a few hundred of them. Compared to the cultivators in the mysterious world, the difference in numbers was immeasurable. So what if the people in the mysterious world knew about this? Would it cause a great panic? Would it stimulate their motivation? It was true that there was motivation when there was pressure, but cultivation required resources, not just motivation. However, the resources produced in the mysterious world were limited and couldn't be endless. If they needed resources, they had to fight for them. All in all, the benefits of leaking the news of the celestial and demonic realm were not as great as the disadvantages. Furthermore, with the existence of the supreme arcane realm, they could still resist the invasion of the celestial and demonic realm. There was no need to leak the news unless they could not resist it anymore. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Chunzong immediately sensed an extremely chaotic aura invading him. The 1,000-meter-wide pitch-black crack gave off an extremely terrifying aura. It was filled with chaos and destruction, as if it could destroy everything. The 1,000-meter-long pitch-black crack was dozens of meters wide, but it was made up of tens of thousands of tiny cracks. The power of each crack was extremely shocking. From it, Chunzong could sense the space Grandao, destruction Grandao, destruction Grandao, darkness Grandao, and dozens of other Grandaos. In addition, the chi of heaven and earth here was chaotic and difficult to absorb and refine. The Grandaos were also affected and were also somewhat chaotic. Such an environment was really not suitable for cultivation. When Chunzong arrived, waves of tyrannical aura also permeated the air and locked onto Chunzong. There were a total of 9 auras, and each of them was very powerful. The weakest one was at the quasi-saint level, and there were even some of the pristine saint level. Immediately, a figure condensed beside Chunzong. It was just an illusion and not real, but the owners of the 9 auras also appeared one after another. Greetings, great saint. The 9 quasi-saint and pristine saint experts bowed one after another. Strength was respected. This was the pass to any place. In the face of a great saint, even a pristine saint had to maintain sufficient respect. He is the unparalleled Sword Emperor, Chunzong. He has the strength of a quasi-saint, and is a newcomer to our Taishin sect. He is here to enter the ruins of world. The true void grand sage's image replied. Enter the ruins of world. The quasi-saints and the 2 pristine saints were shocked, but they did not say anything. After all, they were not the ones who wanted to enter the ruins of world. As for Wu Shuang, Jini Chunzong, they had never heard of him. After all, they had been guarding this place for many years, and Chunzong was an expert who had just risen in recent years. To them, he was a junior. However, they were surprised that someone who was called a Jindi actually had the strength of a quasi-saint. However, this matter did not concern them, so they would not say anything. Holding the supreme arcane token, Chunzong walked forward and stepped into the pitch-black crack. That was actually the door to enter the ruins of world. When a person stepped into the pitch-black crack that was 1,000 meters high, it was as if he would fall into an endless abyss of destruction and be swallowed up directly. It looked like he was courting death. Of course, there was not much difference between stepping into the ruins of world and courting death, especially for a quasi-saint. Soon, Chunzong understood why so many saint-level experts were not willing to join the Supreme Arcane Sect and were not willing to enter the ruins of world to fight against the divine demon world. It was because the vitality in the ruins of world was completely chaotic. Although the vitality of heaven and earth outside the ruins of world was chaotic, it could still be absorbed and refined, but the efficiency was lower. Although the great Tao was also chaotic, it could still be controlled. Moreover, the saint-level experts had condensed their own Tao and controlled their own Tao, so they would not be affected much. However, it was different in the ruins of world. The vitality here was completely chaotic, so it was difficult to absorb and refine it. Once it was absorbed into the body, it would only bring about a chaotic impact and interfere with one's cultivation strength. Therefore, once one's cultivation strength was consumed in the ruins of world, one could only rely on treasures such as elixirs to replenish it. However, the elixirs that were suitable for saint-level experts were very advanced and were not easy to refine. They were extremely valuable, which made the elixirs even more precious. In addition, in the ruins of world, Chunzong sensed that all the great Tao of heaven and earth had become very blurry. The saint-level experts controlled their own Tao, but it was also closely related to the great Tao of heaven and earth. If they were in a place where the great Tao was thin, the great Tao that they controlled would also be affected and weakened. In short, the saint-level expert strength would be affected and weakened when they entered the ruins of world. Moreover, their ability to fight for a long time would also be significantly reduced. After being injured, the recovery of their injuries would also be significantly slower. As a result, the risk of death would be greater. If the saint level was already like this, then it would be even more dangerous for a quasi-saint to enter. The ruins of world was pitch black. It was a kind of deep black, like the darkness of an abyss, which greatly affected one's vision. Fortunately, Chunzong's eyesight was amazing, so he was not affected too much. Even so, Chunzong found that he could clearly see within 1,000 meters. Beyond that, his vision began to become blurry. Beyond that, it was basically impossible to see clearly. The ground of the ruins of world was pitch black, full of cracks and holes, as if it had been struck by lightning and burned by fire. In the sky of the ruins of world, there were many pitch-black cracks, ranging from 0.5 meter to several meters long. Each crack was filled with extremely shocking fluctuations of aura. It was extremely dark and could destroy everything. The sky of the ruins of world was even darker and extremely dark, as if black clouds were rolling. Occasionally, there would be a beam of light flashing. Vaguely, there seemed to be some great terror that would descend at any time and destroy everything, turning everything into nothingness. This was a place of ruins, a terrifying place like the ruins of an abyss. It was the place of chaotic way, the place where countless experts were buried. The chaotic aura kept rushing over with an aggressive nature, wanting to invade Chunzong's body directly and pollute Chunzong's power. To some extent, it was somewhat similar to the all-directional turbid Qi Tao concealing formation that Chunzong had experienced before, but it was more intense. After all, although the all-directional turbid Qi Tao concealing formation was good, it could not affect the saint level at all. Even quasi-saints would not be affected. However, in the ruins of world, even the saint-level experts would be greatly affected. Even the great saint realm would be affected, but it was not as intense as the little saint realm. The chaotic and turbid aura tried to invade Chunzong's body and pollute Chunzong's power of cultivation, but was helplessly repelled outside Chunzong's body. This was because Chunzong's body was different from before. It had its own world within the human body and formed its own cycle. It did not need to absorb the power of the outside world, so naturally it would not be invaded by the power of the outside world. Of course, if the power of the outside world was really very strong, to the point where it completely surpassed Chunzong and could crush Chunzong, then the inner world would not be able to withstand it. But now, the chaotic and turbid aura of the ruins of world was obviously unable to break through Chunzong's inner world and pollute Chunzong, thus affecting Chunzong's cultivation. As for the great Tao being vague and thin, it was not important because the great Tao that Chunzong used was his own sword Tao, the great Tao that was born in the inner world. Feeling the state of his body, Chunzong could not help but smile. For other cultivators, the ruins of world could be regarded as a burial ground of Tao. But for him, it was not that dangerous because he would not be affected in any way. In such a place, he could fully exert his strength. In the ruins of world, the experts of the ancient mysterious world would be affected, and so would the experts of the celestial and demon world. Otherwise, the great mystery world would have been defeated and the ancient mysterious world would have been invaded. In this case, Chunzong was now very much looking forward to meeting the demigod divine demons of the celestial and demon world and killing them. Although there were differences in strength between the quasi-saint and demigod divine realm, Chunzong was full of confidence. Unless it was the saint level, there was nothing to be afraid of. With a light tap of his foot, Chunzong flew forward as if riding the wind. The ruins of the world was actually not very big. One end was connected to the supreme mystery realm, while the other end was connected to a certain place in the celestial and demon world. It was formed when the celestial and demon world and the ancient profound world first collided, as well as when many saint-level experts fought. However, if the experts of the ancient mysterious world wanted to enter the celestial and demon world, they had to go through the ruins of world. Similarly, if the celestial and demon world wanted to enter the ancient mysterious world, they had to go through the ruins of world. However, it had always been the celestial and demon world's experts who tried to invade the ancient mysterious world, while the saint-level experts of the ancient mysterious world did not invade the celestial and demon world, because the celestial and demon world was indeed more powerful than the ancient mysterious world to a certain extent. Chapter 2969. In the ruins of world, a silhouette swept past like a gust of wind. It was light and agile, silent, and its power was restrained, making it even harder for others to detect. It was Chunzong. Chunzong did not use his full speed, otherwise he would be even faster. However, this place was full of danger, and Chunzong was unfamiliar with this place, so it was better to be safe than sorry. He had come here to kill god fiends, not to throw his life away. On the other side of the ruins of world, 3 silhouettes appeared and stepped into the ruins of world. These 3 silhouettes did not look like humans. They all had the head of a lion, or rather, a lion that stood upright and walked like a human. They also looked like a human wearing a lion skin. These were the gods and demons of the realm of gods and demons. The 3 lion gods and demons were talking in their own language, not the human language. Although it was the language of gods and demons, they seemed to be chatting happily, as if they were attending a banquet. In the ruins of world, the great Tao was thin and chaotic. There was no sun, moon, or stars, nor was there night or day. There was also no change in the 4 seasons, so it was difficult to feel the passage of time. However, Chunzong knew that it had been about 3 days since he stepped into the ruins of world. In front of him, 3 silhouettes floated and sped up. 3 terrifyingly overbearing auras rushed towards him. The auras carried an indescribable majesty of a king, as if they wanted to suppress Chunzong. They were extremely overbearing. Chunzong squinted his eyes and saw the 3 silhouettes clearly. They were 3 lion-like people, or rather, lion men. Chunzong was surprised and immediately thought of the god statues he had killed in the outer universe. For example, the eagle god statue with the head of an eagle and the body of a human. Could it be that the so-called gods of the god worship sect that appeared in the outer universe really came from the realm of gods and demons? It seemed very possible. The 3 demigod lion men burst out with shocking speed and immediately rushed towards Chunzong. As they rushed over, they roared as if they were very agitated. Their eyes shone fiercely and completely locked on Chunzong, as if they were worried that Chunzong would escape. Chunzong squinted his eyes slightly, but his body did not move. He had no intention of escaping, but was observing his opponents and thinking. The true Void Grand Sage would naturally tell Chunzong some information about the realm of gods and demons, so that Chunzong would not be confused when facing the experts from the realm of gods and demons. The fiend gods in the fiend god realm were divided into 3 major lineages, namely the heavenly god lineage, the demon god lineage, and the beast god lineage. For example, those who stared at the gods and demons. The 3 major lineages of the god and devil realm had their own branches according to their differences. They were called divine systems. Some of these divine systems were strong and some were weak, but even in the weakest divine system, there was a god-demon equivalent to the great saint realm. As for the most powerful god systems, the strongest gods and demons were even more powerful than divine ancestors. As for the division of gods and demons, although it corresponded to the ancient mysterious world, they had their own division. The demigod rank corresponded to the demigod rank, which was divided into 3 ranks, with the first being the lowest and the third being the highest. However, demigod and demigod ranks were different. However, although they belonged to the same level, there were still differences. The difference was that the demigod rank was raised through continuous cultivation and could still attack the true god rank. On the other hand, the quasi-saint rank was formed because they failed to attack the saint rank and survived. It was extremely difficult for them to raise their ranks. One could continue to be promoted, while the other was basically fixed. It was clear who was better and who was worse. This was also the reason why the mysterious realm of the ancient mysterious world could only passively resist the invasion of the realm of gods and demons. Fortunately, the realm of gods and demons could not invade on a large scale because the ruins of world was very dangerous. Otherwise, the mysterious realm would not be able to resist for long, and the ancient mysterious world would have been invaded. Of course, there was another reason, which was that the entrance to the mysterious realm was very difficult to find and was very hidden. It seemed to be moving and changing its position at any time. Only those with the mysterious token could guide them. Otherwise, they would be lost in the ruins of world. In other words, if Chunzong accidentally lost the mysterious token, he could only rely on his luck to return to the mysterious realm. If the mysterious token was obtained by a god or demon, it would be automatically destroyed. This was a protection mechanism set up by the mysterious realm. Similarly, the entrance to the realm of gods and demons was also hidden. It was difficult to find without special means. Those gods and demons who could find the entrance to the mysterious realm and the ruins of world were often lucky. It was dangerous and difficult to find, which was why the mysterious realm could exist for so many years. They only needed to guard the entrance to prevent gods and demons from coincidentally finding the entrance and rushing in. On one hand, they could resist, and on the other hand, they could kill to obtain divinity. If they could obtain divinity, the quasi-sage had the possibility of continuing to improve and have the hope of reaching the sacred realm. However, it was too difficult to obtain divinity. Naturally, there was divinity in the mysterious realm. If they wanted to exchange for it, they would have to pay mysterious coins. It was not cheap at all. Many quasi-sages chose to guard the ruins of world to obtain mysterious coins, and then exchange for divinity from the mysterious realm to improve themselves. This was undoubtedly the safest way. However, there were also a few quasi-sages who would take the risk and enter the ruins of world to hunt for demigod gods and demons. If they were not careful, they would not be able to hunt and would be killed instead. This was often the last crazy attempt of quasi-sages who were nearing the end of their lifespan. Once they succeeded, their lifespan could be extended, their strength could be improved, and they would have the hope of reaching the sacred realm again. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chunzong clearly saw the movements of the three demigod lion men. It was very profound. They had joined hands invisibly and sealed off all of Chunzong's escape routes. However, Chunzong had no intention of retreating. His right hand grasped the void, and sword light swallowed and spat out, directly transforming into a divine sword. With the divine sword in hand, sword intent soared to the heavens. Suddenly, the sword light broke through the sky. A white sword chi, like a line between the sea and the sky, directly cut through the void and attacked the lionmen gods and demons of the beast god range. This sword directly enveloped the three lionmen gods and demons, making them feel as if they were being locked on. With a roar, the lionmen gods and demons' auras instantly surged. That blood-red aura was like a storm. A terrifying force gathered in the arms of the three lionmen gods and demons. Their muscles swelled up, causing their arms, which were originally as thick as an ordinary person's thigh, to suddenly become as thick as a burly man's waist. Boom! In an instant, the void trembled incessantly. Three extremely terrifying fist energies directly broke through the void and bombarded toward Shenzong. Each of the fist energies looked like a lion's head and were filled with astonishing power. However, this kind of power was unable to affect the ruins of world. They were unable to truly affect the space of the ruins of world and were unable to break it in the slightest. With a sword in hand, Chunzong executed the single-hearted sword technique and fought against the three lionmen gods. The single-heart sword technique seemed very simple. It was just sword after sword, as if it was writing the word one after another. Even so, Every word was not simple. It was done as one wished, but it was also condensed with an incomparably shocking power. Each word was filled with unique profoundness. Shenzong had also grasped this point. The strength of these three lion-man fiend gods was very tyrannical. This was also one of the characteristics of the fiend gods. The fiend gods they possessed were essentially more tyrannical than the cultivators of the ancient profound world. There was a kind of indescribable overbearingness about them. Dominance was the essence of the gods and demons' power. Apart from that, there were also differences between different divine bloodlines and divine systems. Shenzong discovered that in terms of strength alone, his mixed Yuan heart force was still somewhat inferior to the three lion-men gods and demons. However, their martial arts were relatively not as brilliant. They used more of their overbearing power to attack and crush their opponents. Shenzong executed the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. He waved one sword after another. Although each sword did not seem to be fast, and the trajectory of each sword was very clear, in fact, the speed of each sword had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, the power contained in each sword was extremely powerful, terrifying, and murderous. The power of the three lion-men gods and demons was extremely overbearing. Their punches were terrifying. They continuously bombarded Shenzong with their overbearing power. Their bodies were also very strong. They were born this way. It could be said that the vast majority of gods and demons belonged to the category of gods and demons who were born with strong physiques. It was as if they were born with strong physiques. Only in this way could they withstand the overbearing power of the gods and demons. Shenzong was not in a hurry. He was very steady in fighting one against three. He did not fall into a disadvantageous position. The mixed Yuan heart force was not only powerful, but also mysterious. It allowed Shenzong's swordsmanship to be superb and powerful. It also allowed Shenzong's movements to be extremely nimble. Shenzong leaped and moved to avoid the siege of the three lion-men gods. Sword light flashed continuously around him. In this way, Shenzong witnessed the power and fighting skills of the lion-men gods and demons. Even if they were not as mysterious and ever-changing, they were still well-tempered and did not appear crude at all. The realm of gods and demons had existed for countless years. Its history was not shorter than that of the mysterious ancient world. The gods and demons were also more powerful than cultivators. After countless years of fighting, they had naturally evolved into a complete system. About half a quarter of an hour later, Shenzong had figured out the fighting methods of the three lion-men gods and demons. Everything was clear in his heart. "I'll send you on your way," Shenzong said in a low voice. His sword light flashed and suddenly changed. An extremely domineering sword slashed through the sky and directly slashed towards one of the lion-men gods. The three lion-men gods were all at the demigod rank, but they were not the strongest. Two of them were at the first rank, while the last one was at the second rank. Shenzong's sword was aimed at the first-rank lion-man god. It cannot be dodged. The lion-man god instantly erupted. His entire body exploded with energy, transforming into a demonic lion that roared endlessly. Carrying an extremely terrifying power, he directly blasted towards Shenzong. However, Shenzong's sword light was as soft as steel. It was also incomparably sharp. It directly pierced through the demonic lion, wantonly destroying it as it attacked the lion-man god. It cannot be dodged. It really cannot be dodged. Moreover, the sword's power was extremely terrifying. Chapter 2970. Kill. After the sword light passed, the rank 1 demigod, lion-man, god-fiend froze. A sword hole appeared between his eyebrows, and the sword chi wreaked havoc on him, killing him instantly. Without hesitation, Shenzong charged at the other 2 demigod, lion-man, god-fiends with his sword in hand. The single-hearted sword art was constantly being tempered in battle. It was like a sword embryo being hammered 1,000 times, turning into a sharp sword that blossomed with the sharpness it deserved. The mysteries of the Heart Sword Art, World Sword Art, and Void Kill Sword Art had completely fused into the single-hearted sword art. The mysteries of ancient sword arts were also gradually fused into the single-hearted sword art. Chunzong had a feeling that when all the mysteries of ancient sword arts were fused into the single-hearted sword art, the single-hearted sword art would break through the limits of the quasi-supreme sword realm and reach the supreme sword realm. At that time, the single-hearted sword art would no longer be a quasi-supreme sword art, but a supreme sword art, a true supreme sword art. The Lion Man Godfiend's physique was extremely tough and difficult to break. However, it was nothing to Chunzong. The single-hearted sword art's energy was extremely condensed, and it pierced through the Lion Man Godfiend's body. Chunzong killed one of the 3 demigod Lion Man Godfiends. Now that he was fighting 2 demigod Lion Man Godfiends, there was naturally no problem for him. Kill. Chunzong killed the 2nd demigod Lion Man Godfiend, leaving only the rank 2 demigod Lion Man Godfiend. With a wild roar, the Lion Man Godfiend's body shone with scarlet light. This light was filled with terrifying power, causing the Godfiend's body to expand to twice its original size. It punched out with both fists, and a huge blood-red demonic lion tore through the air. Tyrannical. The power of this attack made Chunzong's expression turn grave. If he was hit directly, Chunzong estimated that he wouldn't be able to withstand it and would very likely explode. However, the mixed Yuan Heart Force's strength wasn't defense. Focusing on the mixed Yuan Heart Force, the trajectory of the attack gradually became clear. Chunzong's body flickered, as if it had become illusory. Layers of afterimages appeared, and sword lights appeared. In an instant, the afterimages overlapped with each other, and the sword lights merged into one. Chop! That one sword strike was extremely powerful. However, it was still the single heart sword technique. It was just that it was a combination of several sword strikes, making it even more powerful. With a single slash, the blood-colored demonic lion was sliced into pieces. The demigod Lion Man Godfiend did not attack again. Instead, he fled. This human sword cultivator was way too powerful. It was beyond his expectations. If he did not escape, he would most likely be killed. A cold glint flashed in Chunzong's eyes. How could he possibly allow the other party to escape? However, Tier 2 Demigod God was indeed very strong, more than twice as strong as a Tier 1 Demigod God. It would not be easy to kill him. Since that was the case, Chunzong's eyes suddenly burned as if they had turned into the true sun. His divine will also seem to have turned into a true sun in the sky. Within his inner world, the wisp of flame continued to burn. As it swayed, it released strands of tyrannical energy. Strands of energy immediately penetrated the sword, causing the whole heavenly sword to seem to be burning as well. He swung the sword. Instantly, the sword vanished, and only a ray of light remained. A ray of light that seemed like a raging flame that burned endlessly like the rising sun, and it emitted unparalleled light and blazing heat. As soon as it appeared, it illuminated an area and dispelled the gloomy coldness in the surroundings that seemed eternal. Tai Hao. This was the single heart sword technique's ultimate move, Tai Hao. However, this Tai Hao was not complete. It was only a weakened version. After all, using the complete Tai Hao would consume more than 90% of Chunzong's strength. Although the mixed Yuan Heart Force recovered quickly, it still needed some time. However, in a place like the ruins of World, if he did not have enough strength, he could very well die if he encountered any danger. Therefore, this Tai Hao only consumed 30% of the mixed Yuan Heart Force. Naturally, its power could not be compared to the complete Tai Hao, nor could it reach the level of a true saint. However, it was at the peak of the demigod and demigod realms. The rank 2 demigod Lion Man Godfiend was directly hit. His tyrannical body could not withstand the attack at all. It instantly invaded his body and burned like oil being poured on fire. He screamed and struggled, but he was helpless. The Tai Hao sword's heat was incomparably terrifying. In less than 3 breaths, the rank 2 demigod Lion Man Godfiend was burned to ashes. Seeing the 3 powerful demigod Godfiends die one after another, Chunzong breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was very difficult. However, my swordsmanship has become stronger. Chunzong smiled inwardly. The single-heart sword technique's potential was limitless, and so was Chunzong's inner world. Opening up the inner world was just the beginning. This meant that there was actually a lot of potential within the inner world that could be unearthed. For example, the wisp of flame that burned quietly within the inner world was the root of the Tai House sword. It was slowly growing stronger and would eventually become a true sun that would pierce through the inner world. After praising himself, Chunzong did not hesitate in the slightest. With a sweep of his divine sense, he locked onto the corpses of 3 demigod god fiends. No, it should be 2, because the third one had been burned to ashes by the Tai House sword. Fortunately, their divinity was still intact. Chunzong also obtained the so-called divinity. There was only a wisp of divinity, like a strand of hair. The divinity of the 2 rank 1 demigod Lion-Man god fiends was only half of that of the rank 2 demigod god fiends. With the 3 strands of divinity in his hand, Chunzong could clearly sense a kind of power contained within them. It was a very unique and indescribable power. At the same time, Chunzong felt a very strange fluctuation in his inner world. It seemed to be thirsting for the divinity in Chunzong's hand. Chunzong could not help but reveal a somewhat astonished expression. What's going on? Why would the inner world thirst for divinity? Could it be that divinity was really helpful to the cultivation of the inner world? At first, Chunzong's purpose in entering the ruins of world was to hunt god fiends and earn Taishian coins to exchange for the opportunity to use the Taishian heavenly mirror to find Yanxin. As for divinity, it should be useful for the cultivation of the 4th layer of the sword canon of the god and demon. However, it was impossible for Chunzong to cultivate the sword canon of the god and demon now. In this way, the purpose of divinity was to exchange it for Taishian coins. Divinity was a general term and was divided into different grades. Demigod god fiends had the weakest divinity and was called pseudo-divinity. Only god fiends that had reached the true god realm possessed true divinity. In other words, what Chunzong had obtained was pseudo-divinity, which was also divided into rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. The exchange price of a rank 1 pseudo-divinity in Taishian was equivalent to 10 Taishian coins. Rank 2 pseudo-divinity was 20 Taishian coins, and rank 3 pseudo-divinity was 40 Taishian coins. Just by guarding the ruins of world, it would take 10 years to exchange for a rank 1 pseudo-divinity. However, a rank 1 pseudo-divinity's improvement to a quasi-sage was negligible. It cannot be said that it did not exist, but the effect was too weak. If one wanted to obtain the opportunity to break through to the sacred rank, the number was calculated in the hundreds. Moreover, the more, the better. The more, the greater the hope, and the greater the probability of success. Naturally, the higher the rank of the body used, the better. If a quasi-sage could obtain true divinity, he only needed 1 strand to have a great improvement, and the possibility of breaking through to the sacred rank would also be greater. However, true divinity meant that one had to kill a true god fiend, a god fiend that was equivalent to a sacred rank powerhouse. How difficult was that? That kind of divinity was also useful to sacred rank powerhouses. Now, Chunzong had obtained 2 rank 1 pseudo-divinities and 1 rank 2 pseudo-divinity, which was equivalent to 40 Taishian coins. And killing 3 demigod god fiends was also recorded by the Taishian token, which was enough to obtain 3 Taishian coins in Taishian. These 3 Taishian coins were considered a basic reward. After pondering for a moment, Chunzong chose to put away these 3 pseudo-divinities first instead of letting his inner world absorb them. After all, they were worth 40 Taishian coins. It would undoubtedly be easier to gather 100 Taishian coins. First, he had to find the whereabouts of Yanxin. Then, he would consider the matter of using the divinities to cultivate. After making his decision, Chunzong immediately moved forward and continued to look for god fiends to kill. The ruins of world could not be considered very big, but it was not small either. The ruins of world was extremely dark and dangerous. While Chunzong searched for god fiends, he also saw some incomplete corpses. They seemed to be the corpses of cultivators from the ancient, profound world. Unfortunately, these corpses were broken and their storage artifacts were gone. Presumably, they were either taken away by god fiends or by other cultivators who came to the ruins of world. While searching for god fiends, Chunzong comprehended the single-hearted sword art and cultivated his inner world. It was as if he could feel himself improving at every moment. Although this improvement was very small, it could accumulate and eventually lead to a qualitative change. In terms of strength, Chunzong should be at the rank 1 demigod rank, but with the single-hearted sword art, he could contend against rank 2 demigod rank and even contend against rank 3 demigod rank. If he used the supreme sword, he could kill the majority of rank 3 demigod rank. This was also where Chunzong relied on. However, compared to a true sacred rank, there was still a gap. Searching continuously, Chunzong could not differentiate between north, south, east, and west. In short, he could only rely on his senses to move forward. If he wanted to leave, he only needed to activate the Supreme Mystery Token to obtain the correct direction to leave the ruins of world and return to the entrance. His sword light flashed and instantly tore through space. It contained extremely terrifying strength and speed, and its sharpness was extremely shocking. It cut through everything and swept everything in its path. However, after the sword light disappeared, the demon-like figure suddenly stood still, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was the demigod god fiend of the demon god clan. It was a rank 2 demigod rank. Previously, it was not easy for Chunzong to kill a rank 2 demigod rank, so he had to use a weakened version of the supreme sword. However, now that the single-hearted sword art and mixed yuan heart force were stronger, the power he could display was even more tyrannical. However, after a fierce battle, Chunzong's single-hearted sword art completely suppressed his opponent, causing him to fall into a disadvantageous position. Then, Chunzong seized the opportunity and killed him with a single strike. After killing another demigod god fiend, he obtained a rank 2 false divinity, which was equivalent to 20 Tai Xian coins. With this, Chunzong now had 64 Tai Xian coins, getting closer and closer to 100 Tai Xian coins. Chapter 2971. Slow. Follow me. The strong or the weak depends on your heart. You can use the strong to attack the weak and the weak to defeat the strong. This is my sword principle. Single-hearted sword principle. Chunzong continued to comprehend as he walked in the ruins of world. Single-hearted sword principle. A quasi-supreme sword principle. A sword principle with infinite potential. A sword principle with infinite mysteries. Everything about this sword principle could be used according to one's will. The more he comprehended and the more he fought, the more Chunzong felt that the one-heart swordsmanship was unfathomable. Even he, the creator, was amazed by it. Of course, only he, the creator, could understand the amazing mystery of the swordsmanship better. Whether the sword was fast or slow, whether the sword was strong or weak, all depended on one's heart. Chunzong understood the application of the single-hearted sword principle more and more. The single-hearted sword principle did not have any fixed moves. There was no fixed frame or trajectory for the moves. It all depended on one's performance. From another point of view, the single-hearted sword principle had no moves. No moves were better than no moves with moves. Since there were no moves, it would not be limited and it would not be seen through. No moves meant that one could wield the sword as one wished, but it was not a messy wield. Doing as one wished and being messy were two different concepts. If one wanted to wield the sword as one wished, one must first master and then grasp the essence and mystery of the sword principle. Only after returning to one's natural state could one wield the sword as one wished. Being messy was a sign of having no foundation. The more he comprehended, the clearer and stronger the feeling became. Suddenly, Chunzong paused. He squinted his eyes and stared ahead. An indescribable excitement rose from his heart and overflowed from his eyes. That was the entrance to the ruins of world that led to the divine demon world. Chunzong could not believe it. How could he be so lucky? He actually found the entrance to the ruins of world that led to the divine demon world. Why did he say so? Because Chunzong saw two divine demons walking out from the entrance. Judging by their aura, Chunzong knew that they were two demigod divine demons. Then, after killing these two demigod rank gods, he would enter the demigod realm through this entrance. The thought flashed through Chunzong's mind, but he immediately rejected it. The god and devil world was much more dangerous than the ancient profound world. Entering the god and devil world with his own strength was like sending a sheep into a pack of wolves. Even a divine ancestor wouldn't dare to casually step into the fiend god world. After all, there were divine ancestor level fiend god experts in the fiend god world, and they were even stronger than divine ancestor level experts. He was merely a quasi-sage level expert. Since he was so lucky to have found the entrance to the divine devil world and the world ruins, he would first guard it and observe for a while before finding an opportunity to kill the two demigod rank gods. The two demigod rank divine demons looked like magical beasts. They were divine demons from the demon god lineage. As for which lineage they belonged to, Chunzong wasn't sure, but it didn't matter. In the world ruins, whether it was cultivators from the ancient profound world or divine demons from the divine devil world, they would all be weakened to a certain extent. However, comparatively speaking, the divine demons would be less affected, which was their advantage. On the other hand, Chunzong wasn't affected by the world ruins environment at all. All of his strength was his, and he could fully unleash his strength. In addition to the single-hearted sword technique that was constantly improving, his strength was much more tyrannical than when he first stepped into the world ruins. Storing power. Chunzong quietly stored up power. Heart Intent Heavenly Sword. Holding it in his hand, traces of mixed yuan heart force condensed on the sword, but it didn't leak out any fluctuations. It was completely restrained. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The two demigod rank divine demons from the demon god lineage were approaching Chunzong. As they got closer, Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he didn't directly stare at the two divine demons. This was because experts were very sensitive to gazes, especially divine demons. They were more sensitive in this aspect. However, they wouldn't be able to sense his peripheral vision. Getting closer, Chunzong's sword had reached its peak. He couldn't continue to store up power. Otherwise, the sword's aura would leak out and the two divine demons would sense it, exposing him. Single-hearted sword technique, using strength to attack the weak. Kill. At the moment when the distance was right, Chunzong erupted without hesitation. His body and sword became one. Without any distinction, he directly exploded with extreme speed and strength. He brandished his terrifying sword. That sword light seemed to have severed the space of the world ruins. Sword light. A silvery sword light that was extremely condensed like a thread flashed and swept past like an aurora. This wasn't a finishing move, but the single-hearted sword technique. It could be used to store up power to attack the weak. After a period of storing up power, the power of this sword would become even more tyrannical. When it was still, it was like a deep sea. It couldn't be seen or sensed, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. When it moved, it exploded with a terrifying power that could shatter space. Just as Chunzong brandished his sword, the two divine demons immediately reacted. Their speed was astonishingly fast. However, they still couldn't dodge it completely. The divine demon that was closer to Chunzong was directly hit by the sword. All of his power was destroyed, and his tyrannical divine demon body was also cut in half. The other divine demon received a buffer and immediately retreated. As he roared, he successfully retreated even though one of his arms was cut off. Chunzong's figure paused for a moment. Suddenly, he erupted again. Under the mixed yuan heart force, an illusory figure holding a sword appeared in the sky. Chunzong's real body followed in an instant and overlapped with the illusory figure. His speed was even faster. It was as if he had crossed the distance between them. Kill. Despite being unprepared, he managed to kill one and injure the other. The sword light was endless, like stars in the sky, and instantly enveloped the fiend god's body. Every star was a sword. The stars were densely packed and shrouded the surroundings. There was nowhere to hide. This time, the divine demon was immediately hit by the sword. His tyrannical body couldn't resist the sharpness of the star-like sword light. He was directly pierced, and the sword chi invaded his body. Shenzong's expression was solemn. He withdrew his sword and instantly slashed out. This sword had also accumulated power for a breath of time. Its power was even more tyrannical. The sword light was extremely condensed. It directly slashed the body of the demigod divine demon and immediately cut it in half. Using the mixed yuan heart force to drive the single-hearted sword technique, its sharpness was truly astonishing. The two demigod divine demons died one after another. One was a first-ranked demigod, while the other was a second-ranked demigod. Shenzong obtained another 2 pseudo-divinities, which was equivalent to 30 Tai Xian coins. In addition to his previous gains, he had a total of 96 Tai Xian coins. He only needed 4 more. He only needed to kill another first-ranked demigod divine demon to obtain 100 Tai Xian coins and obtain the opportunity to use the supreme mystery, Heavenly Mirror. Shenzong couldn't help but be secretly excited. Soon after, he returned to the entrance of the demigod world. The entrance would not be fixed in one place and would move. However, it would not move all the time, and there would be intervals. Shenzong continued to wait, waiting for the god fiend to appear. While waiting, Shenzong was also cultivating his inner world to strengthen the mixed yuan heart force and comprehend the mysteries of the single-hearted sword technique. Now, Shenzong felt that his inner world had reached a small level. If it improved further, it would be equivalent to a second-rank demigod divine demon. There was no bottleneck for this improvement. He only needed to cultivate to reach it. Unknowingly, another figure appeared at the entrance. This figure didn't seem to belong to the Beast God clan because it didn't have the head or body of a beast. It didn't have the slightest characteristics of a beast. It also didn't belong to the Demon God clan because it didn't have the characteristics of a demon. Instead, it looked more like a human. Of course, there were some characteristics that were different from humans. For example, their hair, eyes, ears, and so on. However, the most important thing was their aura. That kind of innate aura was completely different from that of humans. It was filled with an indescribable, sacred nobility. The Heavenly God clan. This was the Heavenly God clan of the demigod world. Shenzong had already hunted the Beast God clan and the Demon God clan. However, this was the first time he saw the Heavenly God clan. No, strictly speaking, this wasn't the first time Shenzong saw the Heavenly God clan. When he was in the outer universe, Shenzong had met a god who called himself the Skyblade Battle God. Now, it seemed that he should be a divine demon of the Heavenly God clan of the demigod world. Shenzong didn't move, nor did he accumulate energy. He didn't use the single-hearted sword technique. This was because Shenzong felt that the divine demon of the Heavenly God clan was emitting an extremely tyrannical aura. It had directly surpassed the demigod realm and reached the principal god realm. In the demigod world, the demigod realm was equivalent to the quasi-saint realm, while the principal god realm was equivalent to the minor saint realm. In other words, this divine demon of the Heavenly God clan was at least an expert of the minor saint realm. Shenzong was very clear that although the Taihao sword he unleashed with all his strength had the power of an initial minor saint realm expert and was enough to threaten an expert of the minor saint realm, threatening was not the same as killing. To put it simply, the Taihao sword he unleashed with all his strength wasn't enough to kill this divine demon of the Heavenly God clan in front of him. Once he failed to kill this divine demon, more than 90% of his strength would be consumed. The remaining strength wouldn't be enough to resist, and he might even be killed instead. Therefore, Shenzong didn't move. He completely concealed his aura and remained motionless to avoid being discovered. The world within one's body was indeed very mysterious. It sealed all the energy and aura fluctuations in one's body and wouldn't leak out in the slightest. Even a Saint Realm expert wouldn't be able to detect it if they weren't on guard. The divine demon of the Heavenly God clan didn't stop and quickly left. He didn't discover Shenzong's existence. Chunzong continued to waiting for the demigod realm divine demon to appear. At the same time, Chunzong was also meditating and improving his strength bit by bit. Although Chunzong's strength was at the quasi-saint realm, he wasn't the kind of quasi-saint realm expert who failed to break through to the saint realm. Therefore, Chunzong still had a lot of room for improvement. He wouldn't be affected, and there wouldn't even be any bottlenecks. As long as he accumulated enough strength, he would be able to break through to the next minor realm and grasp more powerful strength. Finally, Chunzong waited for another demigod realm divine demon to appear. It was from the beast god clan, but it was a demigod realm divine demon who had reached the 3rd level. Even so, Chunzong didn't hesitate to unleash his sword. Unfortunately, although this sword strike was very sudden, it didn't manage to kill the opponent. Fight! Chunzong's single-hearted sword art immediately changed to using the weak to break the strong. Although each sword strike didn't seem strong, it was extremely profound. Chapter 2972. The strength of a rank 3 demigod divine demon was extremely tyrannical. Chunzong's attack did not succeed. The single-hearted swordsmanship's method of using the strong to attack the weak was to accumulate power and then release it explosively. In an instant, the power released would be more tyrannical than usual. This technique was extracted from the heavenly light sword-drawing technique by Chunzong and integrated into the single-hearted swordsmanship to enhance its application. However, the power of this sword was still unable to truly surpass that of a rank 3 demigod divine demon. It was only between rank 2 and rank 3. The rank 3 demigod divine demon of the celestial god bloodline reacted quickly. The moment he retreated, he dodged Chunzong's tyrannical sword that had accumulated power. After stopping his body for a moment, he took a step forward. His actions were unexpected. His eyes were extremely cold, and a long blade appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The blade was golden red and emitted traces of indescribable heat, just like the morning sun. The blade slashed across the sky with terrifying power. It was extremely tyrannical and incomparably sharp. It mercilessly attacked Chunzong. The relationship between the divine demons in the divine demon realm was actually very cruel. It was common for battles to break out between the 3 divine bloodlines and the different divine bloodlines within the 3 divine bloodlines. Every divine demon had extremely rich combat experience and could be said to be a model of having experienced hundreds of battles. The blade was like the rising morning sun, but it emitted an incomparably terrifying, murderous intent. Chunzong's expression turned solemn, as if he had been ignited. To a certain extent, this blade seemed to be somewhat similar to his Tai Hao sword. Of course, in terms of power, it was inferior to his Tai Hao sword. However, Chunzong could see that the mysteries of this blade were more complete than his Tai Hao sword. After all, it had only been a short time since the creation of the Tai Hao sword. It was only a preliminary creation, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. However, the other party's blade had been deduced for many years and was even more perfect. Chunzong didn't dodge, but took the blow head-on. The terrible power suddenly broke out and rushed toward Chunzong like a flood breaking through a dam. The blazing power was extremely domineering. It went through the sword and rushed into Chunzong's body, trying to destroy Chunzong's body and set him on fire. What a terrifying sword! However, even though Chunzong had lost the celestial gold sword body, his physique was not weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. This was because Chunzong had fused with the heavenly wolf sword and forged the world within his body. His physique had become extremely strong, even surpassing the celestial gold sword body from before. Even so, Chunzong could feel the terrible power of this blade. It was as if his body was going to be destroyed, and his whole body flew backward. This demon was extremely fast. The moment he pushed Chunzong back with his first blade, he immediately took a second step. His body and blade became one, and he directly slashed out a second blade. This blade was even more blazing and violent than the first. It was as if the sun had risen to the middle of the sky. Its light was so bright, and its breath was so hot and violent. The first blade was the same, and the second blade was the true Yang. It was even more terrifying. Chunzong still didn't dodge. He swung his sword again and took the blow head-on. He was pushed back again. The terrible power invaded Chunzong's body, trying to destroy it. However, Chunzong had a flash of inspiration. He guided the terrible, violent, and blazing power into his inner world. His inner world was very vast, as if it was a real world. He guided the violent, blazing power into his inner world, but it also caused a tremor. Fortunately, his inner world was strong enough to withstand it. Chunzong's eyes lit up. This seemed to be a good way to defend oneself, absorbing the opponent's attack. He could absorb the power of his inner world and reduce the damage to himself. However, Chunzong also realized that if his opponent's power was too strong, his inner world wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would probably be destroyed by the terrible power. Seeing that he couldn't kill this human with 2 consecutive slashes, an extremely terrifying and intense light suddenly erupted from the god fiend's body. That light was extremely scorching and incomparably violent. It was like a small blazing sun that was wantonly spreading its own scorching and violent flames. The third blade was then slashed out. This blade was like the most violent and scorching sun at noon. The high temperature was so hot that it could melt everything. The moment it appeared, the surrounding void seemed to be distorted. Fortunately, the space in the ruins of world was shockingly strong. If it was an ancient Xian world, such an attack would be enough to really distort the void due to the high temperature. A strong sense of danger suddenly erupted, causing Chunzong's expression to change. The power of this slash was extremely strong and terrifying. It had reached the peak of the demigod rank, and it brought about a great threat. However, the mystery contained within it also made Chunzong very excited. Little Taihao. Without any hesitation, Chunzong displayed a weakened version of the Taihao slash and named it Little Taihao. It meant that it wasn't the complete version of the Taihao slash, but it still consumed 30% of Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force. Even though it wasn't the complete version of the Taihao slash, its power was still very strong. It had reached the peak of the demigod rank, and it was even stronger than the blazing sunblade that the demon unleashed. In the blink of an eye, it was already too late for him to change his move. He could only brazenly charge forward and continue to clash. It was as if 2 small suns had collided in an instant. The explosive power was extremely terrifying. It spread out in all directions and shattered everything. However, the space and ground of the ruins of world were indeed very strong. Such a terrifying collision power was close to the level of a sage, but it still couldn't destroy the space of the ruins of world. It only left faint scratches on the ground. The demigod's expression changed greatly. After cursing, he immediately slashed out with his blade. The blade light was blazing to the extreme as it attacked Chunzong. However, he immediately retreated at an extremely fast speed. Run! The human in front of him was too strong. His swordsmanship was superb. He didn't have the confidence to defeat him, so he could only run away first. The demigod was indeed stronger than the human cultivators of the ancient Xian world, but it wasn't absolute. You can't escape. With a low groan, Chunzong's figure fluttered and moved forward like a phantom. 30% of his mixed Yuan heart force was consumed again as he slashed out with Little Taihao. After Little Taihao, he continued to display the single-hearted sword technique. The sword light was like a starry sky, but also like a rainstorm. It completely enveloped the opponent, cutting off all escape routes. If he couldn't defeat the weak with the strong, then he would defeat the strong with the weak. Every slash didn't seem strong, but in fact, it contained astonishing power. Moreover, every slash stabbed in all directions, as if forming an invisible net to envelop the opponent. Kill. This rank 3 demigod of the celestial god bloodline died under Chunzong's sword in the end. Chunzong looked at the opponent's corpse and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was really difficult. He had almost exhausted all of his mixed Yuan heart force. However, it wasn't without benefits. At least the opponent's blade technique was very good. It could help him perfect the Taihao sword. It was of some help. In addition, the opponent's divinity was rank 3 pseudo-divinity, which was worth 40 Taishan coins. Previously, Qinzong had successfully hunted 3 rank 1 demigods and 3 rank 2 demigods, obtaining a total of 96 Taishan coins. Now, killing a rank 3 demigod could be exchanged for 41 Taishan coins. In addition to the original 96 Taishan coins, he had a total of 137 Taishan coins. Using the power of the Tai, Xian Heavenly Mirror once requires 100 Taishan coins, so I still have 37 Taishan coins left. Qinzong's eyes narrowed slightly. I haven't exchanged for Taishan coins yet, so can I use the pseudo-divinity to try to improve my cultivation? 37 Taishan coins were equivalent to 3 rank 1 pseudo-divinities, or 1 rank 1 pseudo-divinity and 1 rank 2 pseudo-divinity. After pondering for a moment, Qinzong made up his mind. He would first use a rank 1 pseudo-divinity to see the effect, then decide whether to use rank 1 pseudo-divinity or rank 2 pseudo-divinity. As for rank 3 pseudo-divinity, he didn't plan to use it yet. Recover. Chaos Origin Heart Force recovered at an astonishing speed, and a part of it could be recovered in Qinzong's breaths. In Qinzong's inner world, wisps of aura filled the air, which was the manifestation of Chaos Origin Heart Force. Not long after, Qinzong's Chaos Origin Heart Force was completely recovered, and its recovery speed was astonishing. Taking out a rank 1 pseudo-divinity, he directly let his inner world absorb it. When the rank 1 pseudo-divinity entered Qinzong's inner world, it swelled up as if it had fallen into water, as if it had transformed from a mayfly into a giant dragon that danced. Immediately, Qinzong felt his inner world contracting and expanding, as if it was breathing. When he inhaled, his inner world swelled up, and when he exhaled, his inner world contracted. Between the collision and contraction of his breathing, the power of the rank 1 pseudo-divinity was also being broken down by his inner world, and it was constantly being absorbed and integrated into his inner world. Qinzong felt that his inner world seemed to be undergoing some kind of change, as if it was expanding and becoming more resilient. At the same time, wisps of mist spread out from his inner world. It seemed light, but there was a lot of it. It was Chaos Origin Heart Force. The improvement of his inner world would lead to the enhancement of his Chaos Origin Heart Force. Not bad. Qinzong's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately took out a rank 2 pseudo-divinity, once again absorbing it into his inner world and then refining it. The power of a rank 2 pseudo-divinity was more than twice that of a rank 1 pseudo-divinity, and it was also more profound in nature, and the help it brought to his inner world was more obvious. When the rank 2 pseudo-divinity was completely absorbed by Qinzong's inner world, Qinzong immediately felt a tremor in his inner world, and his body shook along with it. Chaos Origin Heart Force constantly emerged, and Qinzong could clearly feel that his body was strengthening, becoming more and more tyrannical, and his strength was also increasing. A feeling of breaking through shackles pervaded the air, and his aura became more and more mysterious. Qinzong knew that his inner world had a breakthrough, and that his inner world was his foundation, and it was connected to his body as one. If his inner world was only at the entry level before, then it should be at the small success level now, which was equivalent to a rank 2 demigod divine demon, and stronger than the quasi-saints of the ancient mysterious world. At this moment, Qinzong even wanted to absorb all the other pseudo-divinities into his inner world to see if it could make his inner world break through again, but it was just a thought, and his rationality restrained the impulse. Chapter 2973. The Taishan token was not only the identification to become a member of the Taishan sect, but it was also a guide to enter and exit the ruins of world. To enter the ruins of world, one must have the Taishan token. Otherwise, the experts guarding the ruins of world would not let one in. To leave the ruins of world, one must have the Taishan token as a guide. Otherwise, one would not be able to find the exit and could only rely on luck. However, to find the exit with luck was not as easy as finding a needle in a haystack. Most of the time, one would get lost in the ruins of world and would not be able to replenish one's strength. After Qinzong's inner world absorbed a rank 1 pseudo-divinity and a rank 2 pseudo-divinity, it finally broke through the shackles and leveled up. From beginner's inner world to lesser mastery, his strength had also increased significantly. It was not that the pseudo-divinity's effect was that good. Just a rank 1 and a rank 2 could bring Qinzong such a huge improvement. The main reason was that Qinzong's inner world had already reached the peak of beginner's inner world and was only a step away from small success. The 2 pseudo-divinities were the final help to break through the boundary. Qinzong did not know how much pseudo-divinity was needed to level up his inner world from small success to large success, but it was definitely not a small amount. Of course, if he could obtain real divinity, perhaps 1 would be enough. Unfortunately, real divinity could only be obtained by killing a real divine demon, which was not something he could deal with now. After activating the power of the Taishan token, Qinzong received a guide and knew which direction to go to find the entrance and exit of the Taishan realm and ruins of world. He set off without hesitation. While hurrying, Qinzong was also studying a sword technique. This sword technique was found in the storage artifact of the rank 3 demigod divine demon after Qinzong killed him. It was also the powerful and mysterious sword technique that the demigod divine demon had used during the battle. Unfortunately, Qinzong couldn't understand the language of the gods and demons, so he couldn't understand the words on it. He could only observe the patterns, hoping to see some of the mysteries. With Qinzong's martial arts attainments, he could see some of the mysteries, but only a little, unless he could read the characters of the gods and demons. However, Qinzong could tell that the saber technique was extraordinary just by looking at the patterns. It was a pity that the saber technique was incomplete. After returning to Taishan, "I need to learn the Fiend God script," Qinzong said quietly. On the way back, Qinzong's luck was pretty good. He didn't encounter any high god realm gods, but he did encounter 2 demigod realm gods. One was a first-order god, and the other was a second-order god. Naturally, these 2 demigod realm gods were unlucky enough to become Qinzong's spoils of war. After the breakthrough in his inner world, Qinzong's mixed yuan heart force had become even more vigorous and tyrannical. The power of the single-hearted sword technique had naturally increased by several times. With his current strength, killing a rank 1 demigod god fiend was as easy as pie. As for killing a rank 2 demigod god fiend, all he needed to do was store up a little bit of energy and execute a technique that allowed him to kill the rank 1 demigod god fiend with a single strike. Qinzong obtained 2 more pseudo-divinities, but after thinking about it, Qinzong didn't let his inner world absorb these 2 pseudo-divinities. If he absorbed them, it would make his inner world stronger, but it would only be by a little. It wouldn't cause a qualitative change and a breakthrough. It was better to keep them and see if they had other uses. Taishan coins had many uses, and they were countless times more useful than cultivation coins. Under the guidance of the Taishan token, Qinzong spent some time and finally arrived at the exit. With the guidance of the Taishan token, he walked out of the ruins of world. The moment Qinzong stepped out of the ruins of world, a tyrannical aura spread out and locked Qinzong in place. At the same time, Qinzong vaguely felt that the space in this place seemed to be filled with an indescribable power. As soon as it was activated, it would immediately release a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Even he couldn't resist it. This was the formation set up by the Taishan token. Its purpose was to prevent powerful gods from finding the exit and rushing out of the ruins of world into the Taishan realm, causing turbulence and casualties in the Taishan realm. Even a pristine saint stage god fiend would not be able to withstand such power. Even a god fiend equivalent to a great saint stage god fiend could not underestimate such power. However, it only lasted for an instant before the terrifying power disappeared. It was difficult to detect, and the tyrannical auras that had locked onto Qinzong also retreated. Qinzong seemed to feel a sense of shock from them. Indeed, these guards were very surprised because they were the 9 quasi-saints and pristine saint realm experts who saw Qinzong step into the ruins of world with their own eyes. Now, Qinzong came out alive and looked completely unharmed, as if he hadn't experienced any battle. Could it be that he just stepped into the ruins of world and didn't go far? He just came out after taking a look at the ruins of world? No matter what, it had nothing to do with them. Anyway, their duty was to guard and not let the gods and demons from the divine demon realm enter the Taishian realm. Walking out of the ruins of world and stepping into the Taishian realm, Chunzong directly rode on a sword light and flew away quickly, heading towards Taishian. The Taishian realm wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. The border with the ruins of world was located at the edge of the Taishian realm. There was still some distance from where Taishian was located. At that time, it was the true Void Sage who sent Chunzong over. He directly crossed the space and arrived there in an instant. But now, Chunzong had to fly over by himself. First, he had to pass through a broken area. This broken area was the vacuum broken area, which was formed by the true Void Sage of Taishian using his Great Saint aura. Without the Taishian token, it was impossible to pass through the vacuum broken area. It was also considered as a checkpoint between the stronghold guarding the ruins of world and Taishian. Chunzong flew on his sword while observing the surroundings. It was dark everywhere, as if it was full of fragments. It was a shocking sight. Fortunately, he had the Taishian token to protect him, so he wasn't affected. If he didn't have the Taishian token, he would die here. After passing through the broken vacuum-broken area, Chunzong truly stepped into the boundary of Taishian. It took him a few days to reach Taishian. Senior. Chunzong saw the true Void Sage. You're back. When the true Void Sage saw Chunzong, he was slightly startled. Then, he carefully sized up Chunzong. With his many years of experience and perception, he felt that Chunzong was different from before he entered the ruins of world. But Chunzong's aura was very restrained, so it was hard to see anything. How is it? Have you understood the dangers of the ruins of world? It's okay. I can arrange for you to guard the ruins of world. You only need 100 years to get 100 Taishian coins. Yes, senior. The ruins of world is indeed very dangerous. Chunzong replied, neither too fast nor too slow. Thank you for your kindness, senior. But I've already hunted some demigod divine demons, so I should be able to exchange them for enough Taishian coins. Good. Since you've already realized the dangers of the ruins of world, then... The true Void Sage smiled and nodded. He was quite optimistic about Chunzong, this junior. Naturally, he cherished his talent. Now, the other party had come out of the ruins of world alive. In the next breath, the true Void Sage was slightly startled. He stared at Chunzong with his eyes wide open. What did you say? You've already hunted enough divine demons? Yes, senior. Chunzong replied seriously. You are really... The true Void Great Sage pointed at Chunzong and burst out laughing. This was unexpected. This was completely unexpected. The next step was simple. Chunzong exchanged the pseudo-divinities. Adding the number of demigod divine demons he killed, he got a total of 139 Taishian coins. He kept 39 Taishian coins. As for the 100 Taishian coins, he exchanged them for a chance to use the Taishian Heavenly Mirror. The true Void Sage opened the Taishian Heavenly Mirror. Chunzong's mind was connected to the Taishian Heavenly Mirror. If he wanted to find someone, he had to transmit the name and appearance of the person he was looking for into the Taishian Heavenly Mirror. The more detailed, the better, and the easier it would be to find him. Chunzong transmitted everything about Yunxin's name and appearance to the Taishian Heavenly Mirror. What followed was waiting. It seemed like every breath was a long wait of 1,000 years. There was an indescribable anxiety in his heart. Chunzong didn't know. If he couldn't find Yunxin here, then where should he go? Where should he go to find him? Taking a deep breath, Chunzong stared at the Taishian Heavenly Mirror with indescribable nervousness and anticipation. At this moment, there seemed to be waves of water rippling on the Taishian Heavenly Mirror. Layer after layer of ripples spread out from the center of the Taishian Heavenly Mirror. Vaguely, there seemed to be an image that was about to appear. Chunzong's eyes condensed with an incomparably sharp gaze. He didn't dare to blink for fear of missing the slightest bit of the image. The image gradually turned from blurry to clear. At first glance, it seemed to be a red light, like a flame. Endless flames were burning fiercely, releasing an astonishing amount of fire and heat. Even though he was separated by the Taishian Heavenly Mirror, Chunzong seemed to be able to feel the heat. In the midst of the blazing scarlet flames, there seemed to be a figure cruising, spreading its wings and soaring to the nine heavens. The true Void Grand Sage also stood by the side and stared, but he didn't say anything. Gradually, a figure also appeared. First, there was an outline. Chunzong immediately revealed a look of excitement and joy. Did this mean that Yunyinshin was indeed in the ancient mystic world? Otherwise, the Taishian heavenly mirror wouldn't have been able to detect it. Hope. This was hope. This was the light of dawn. Now, he just had to see where it was. However, very suddenly, a blazing flame appeared directly. The flame was filled with wisps of gold, looking so sacred and noble. As soon as the golden flame appeared, it broke all the shackles. The mirror of the Taishian heavenly mirror also seemed to have been forcefully bombarded, and a crack appeared from the center. Then, the crack spread out at an astonishing speed, covering the entire mirror. It was broken. The Taishian heavenly mirror was actually broken. As the Taishian heavenly mirror broke, Chunzong almost went crazy because he couldn't see anything. He couldn't see anything. Chapter 2974. It was broken. The Taishian heavenly mirror was broken. As the mirror surface of the Taishian heavenly mirror was broken, the image that gradually appeared also shattered and dissipated. Chunzong almost went crazy. However, after many years of cultivation and tempering, Chunzong quickly calmed down. Since the image appeared in the Taishian heavenly mirror, did it mean that Yunyinshin had been found in the ancient mystic world? This was where his hope lay. As long as she was in the ancient mystic world, he would definitely be able to find her. However, the Taishian heavenly mirror was broken because of this. Chunzong felt an indescribable sense of guilt in his heart. However, in the next moment, Chunzong was stunned. The cracks on the Taishian heavenly mirror gradually disappeared, and it returned to its original state before it was opened. It was not broken. The Taishian heavenly mirror is a Taishian heavenly treasure. However, when it is inspected at close range, it will be detected by a saint-level expert. Its material is extremely hard. Even if I used all my strength, I would not be able to break it, let alone from such a distance. The true Void Grand Sage smiled slightly and said, "Just now, when the Taishian heavenly mirror was inspecting, it was detected by a saint-level expert, and its inspection power was broken by that saint-level expert. Although this time's inspection was not clear, one thing is certain. Your Taoist companion is somewhere in the ancient mystic world," the true Void Grand Sage said. Then, he pondered for a moment and said, "According to the inspection results of the Taishian heavenly mirror, your Taoist companion should be in a place with dense flames at this moment. In addition, a saint-level expert broke the inspection power of the Taishian heavenly mirror. In the ancient mystic world, I can think of 3 places where the flames are dense, where the shadow of a firebird hovers, and where a saint-level expert is guarding." The true Void Grand Sage continued after pondering for a while. Chunzong's eyes were full of hope and expectation. Even if there were 3 places, it would be many times better than searching blindly by himself. The first place is the ancient Phoenix Mountain in the ancient Phoenix domain where you came from. The ancient Phoenix Mountain is the inheritance of the sacred beast Ancient Phoenix. Although the ancient Phoenix is not a human, its strength is very strong. It is stronger than many great saints and is comparable to a divine ancestor, the true Void Grand Sage said seriously. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. Ancient Phoenix Mountain? How could it be at Ancient Phoenix Mountain? Previously, he had already asked the Ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, and the Ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had said that she did not know. But thinking back, the Ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was high and mighty, and although Ninshin's talent was not bad, it was only not bad. Perhaps she was only a disciple in the Ancient Phoenix Mountain, and could not come into contact with an existence like the Ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. So it was normal that the Ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden did not know. Thinking of this, Chunzong's mind couldn't help but become active. Immediately, Chunzong thought of the saint-level expert. A saint-level expert had interfered with the Taishian sky mirror's inspection. If it was an ordinary disciple, why would a saint-level expert interfere? For a moment, Chunzong was lost in thought. The second place is also in a large region called the Blazing Star region. In it, the Blazing Star sect mainly cultivates the power of the great Tao of fire. There are also places where the fire is rich, and there are saint-level experts in charge. The most outstanding bloodline in the Blazing Star sect is the bloodline of the Blazing Starbird, which is also a kind of sacred beast bloodline. The true saint's voice sounded again, and Chunzong suddenly understood. Right, Yunyanxin might not be in the ancient Phoenix Mountain, but could be in the Blazing Star sect. The Blazing Star region and the ancient Phoenix domain were very far apart, so it was normal that the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden did not know about Yunyanxin. The third place is in an ancient region called the Four Quadrants Ancient Region, which is adjacent to the Sealed Heaven Ancient Region. The true saint continued, "There are 4 holy lands in the Four Quadrants Ancient Region, guarding the 4 corners of the ancient region. Among them, the Vermilion Bird Holy Land is very suitable. The ancient Phoenix Mountain, the Blazing Star sect, and the Vermilion Bird Holy Land." Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. Each of them was a holy land, and they were very powerful. Yunyanxin was very likely to be in one of the 3 holy lands. Chunzong eliminated the ancient Phoenix Mountain first because he had already asked the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden about it. After some analysis, the possibility of Yunyanxin being in the ancient Phoenix Mountain was very low. On the contrary, it was very low. In that case, the possibility of Yunyanxin being in the Blazing Star sect and the Vermilion Bird Holy Land was higher. Relatively speaking, the Vermilion Bird Holy Land was closer than the Blazing Star sect. In that case, he would go to the Vermilion Bird Holy Land first. If he could find Yunyanxin, then it would be a happy ending. If not, then he would have to go to the Blazing Star sect. Chunzong was about to leave and bid farewell to the true saint. Wait, the true saint called out to Chunzong, "Do you plan to go to the Vermilion Bird Holy Land first?" "Yes, Senior," Chunzong replied directly. The Vermilion Bird Holy Land is a very ancient holy land. The people of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land have always been prideful. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter their holy land if you're going there now. The true saint said in a serious tone, I'm not too familiar with the sacred realm of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, but I'm quite familiar with the sacred realm of the Qinglong Holy Land. I'll ask the sacred realm of the Qinglong Holy Land to find out if there's a disciple called Yunyanxin in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land." "Thank you, Senior." Chunzong immediately bowed in gratitude. With that, he would be able to reduce the time he had to wait. As for the Fierce Star sect and the ancient Phoenix Mountain, I'll ask someone to inquire about them first. It's best for you to go there when I have the news." The true saint said. As a matter of fact, he could stay out of it. After all, it was Chunzong's business. It had nothing to do with him, as he was not related to Chunzong, nor was he related to Yunyanxin. However, the true saint had high hopes for Chunzong. After all, he was the one who brought Chunzong to the great mystery realm. Furthermore, Chunzong had killed quite a number of deities and demons in his first trip to the ruins of the world, allowing him to exchange more than 100 Taishian coins. His potential was absolutely shocking. It was precisely because he thought highly of Chunzong that the true Void Sage was willing to give him some help. Anyway, this help would not hurt him. It was just a matter of convenience. Even if he owed other saint-level masters a favor, he was just looking for someone. How big could this favor be? It was just a small favor. There were different kinds of favors, and small favors were easier to return. It would take some time for the true saint to inquire about the news, so Chunzong could only wait. After calming down and waiting, Chunzong planned to learn the Divine Devil Script. The Divine Devil Script must be learned. The true saint nodded. However, there are 2 ways to learn it. One is free, you can learn it yourself. When you learn it, and to what extent you can learn it depends on your ability. The other is for a fee, you can spend Taishian coins to learn it. It's equivalent to a method of enlightenment. You can master the Divine Devil Script in a short period of time. As for how much you can master it, it depends on your ability, but at least you can have a rough understanding of it. Usually, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to reach a rough understanding of the Divine Devil Script. The true saint added. As for how to choose, it was up to Chunzong. He would not interfere in the slightest. Senior, how many Taishin coins does enlightenment cost? Chunzong asked. Not much, 10 Taishin coins. The true void great sage smiled faintly and said, and this empowerment can be done continuously. After the first time, you could do it a second time. The more the number of empowerment, the more profound your grasp of the divine devil script will be. Each empowerment costs 10 Taishin coins. I choose enlightenment. Chunzong pondered for a moment and immediately made his choice. He now had 39 Taishin coins at his disposal, which meant that he could use enlightenment 3 times in a row. So he would exchange for it once to test the effect. This old man will take you there. The true saint took Chunzong to the place of enlightenment. This enlightenment was not difficult. Soon, Chunzong received the first enlightenment. Countless strange characters rushed into Chunzong's mind. The shapes of those characters were very strange. Some are like beasts, some are like trees and grass, some are like mountains and rivers, and so on. With the enlightenment, Chunzong gradually understood the meaning of those characters. It felt like a short breath, but it also felt like several years had passed. The head empowerment ended, and Chunzong woke up. A quarter of an hour. The enlightenment lasted for a quarter of an hour. Chunzong only felt that there were countless characters in his mind. Each of those characters contained an indescribable mystery. Each character seemed to be the manifestation of a kind of Tao. Divine Devil Script. At this moment, Chunzong suddenly realized that the Divine Devil Script was a script that was closer to the Great Tao. It was more mysterious and profound than the script of the ancient profound world. It was also more suitable for recording some unfathomable techniques. Because the unfathomable techniques were closer to the Great Tao, ordinary characters could not bear them and could not record their true mysteries. How is it? The true saint smiled. The Divine Devil Script is more profound than the script we use. It is also a must-learn for saints. Mastering the Divine Devil Script is more helpful for exploring the Great Tao. Not bad. Chunzong also showed a touch of joy. As for the level of mastery of the Divine Devil Script, he was not sure, but he could give it a try. Chunzong took out the sword technique again and looked at it again. The characters that were shaped like all things were no longer incomprehensible at this moment. The meaning of each character was grasped by Chunzong, but Chunzong also had a flash of doubt. Each character seemed to have many meanings. Divine Sun Sword Technique. The name of this sword technique was the Divine Sun Sword Technique. Chunzong read it slowly and combined it with the patterns. With the combination of his extraordinary comprehension and the Heart Sutra, coupled with his mastery of the Divine Devil Script, Chunzong quickly comprehended it. It did not take long for Chunzong to comprehend this Divine Sun Sword Technique. 3 moves. This Divine Sun Sword Technique only had 3 moves. No, it should be said that it was the first 3 moves because the Divine Sun Sword Technique that Chunzong obtained was incomplete. There were more to follow. Of these 3 moves, the first one was like the rising sun, the second one was like the sun in the sky, and the third one was like the scorching sun shining on everything. These 3 moves were of the same origin. After performing the first move, performing the second move would increase the power of the second move. Performing the third move would increase the power of the third move and become even more powerful. This concept was really wonderful, and it made Chunzong's eyes light up slightly. The true meaning contained in it was also very useful to Chunzong. In particular, if he could extract it and integrate it into the Taihao sword, he could further perfect the Taihao sword, increase the power of the Taihao sword, and increase the limit of his own combat strength. As Chunzong continued to comprehend the mystery of the Divine Sun Sword Technique, news began to spread. Chapter 2975. Every Friday, I have to send a cram school, so my updates may be delayed. Sorry, I have to make up for it now. No. Whether it was the news from a vermilion bird holy ground, the Fear Star sect, or the ancient Phoenix Mountain, they all said that Unianshin was not in their holy lands. How could it be? How could it be? How could it not be? Not only was Chunzong stunned, but even the true void great sage was stunned. Although the Taishian Heavenly Mirror's investigation was interrupted before the complete result was shown, it meant that Yunyanxin was indeed in the mysterious ancient world. Combined with the information shown in the Taishian Heavenly Mirror, he came to a conclusion. Could it be that Yunyanxin was really not in the Three Holy Lands? Was he in some other place? Since the Three Holy Lands can't find him, then this old man has no other way for the time being. The true void great sage shook his head and said to Qinzong, "After all, the mysterious ancient world is not small. There are hundreds of domains, big and small. Although this old man is in the great saint realm, I dare not say that I am completely familiar with every corner of the mysterious ancient world. Perhaps your cultivation partner is in a secret place in the mysterious ancient world at this moment and has obtained some opportunities." Qinzong also calmed down. The true void great sage's words were not without reason. As for the Three Holy Lands lying, Qinzong did not think that they would go so far as to lie. There was no need to lie. Unfortunately, his original hope was dashed. It seemed that he could only look for it himself. Perhaps what the true void great sage said is right. Qinzong's eyes flickered. His name had spread, and he believed that the entire mysterious ancient world had heard the news. Even so, there was still no news about Yunyanxin. Coupled with the current result, the true void great sage's explanation was plausible. Yunyanxin was very likely to be cultivating in a secret place. Secret places had always been temporarily isolated from the outside world and would not know all the news and changes in the outside world. This explanation was very likely. As for where the secret place was, Qinzong did not know. The mysterious ancient world was not small. Since ancient times, there had been many hidden secret places. Some secret places have been discovered, and so on. But even secret places that had not been discovered, there might be people who could enter them to obtain inheritances, and so on. Yunyanxin's bloodline was related to the phoenix, so it was normal for her to get some opportunities in secret places. As for the flame and the shadow of the firebird, it should be the power guarding the secret place. Every secret place would have a strong power guarding it, and it was very likely that it was the power of the holy level. It was only because the power of the holy level had sensed the power of the inspection that it counterattacked and broke it to prevent it from being spied on. However, Qinzong still felt very unresigned. If Yunyanxin was really cultivating in the secret place, it was indeed an opportunity. It was a good thing. But how long would it take? 10 years, 20 years, or 100 years? It was hard to say. The more time passed, the more uneasy Qinzong felt. After all, he had not seen her with his own eyes. "Senior, is there no other way?" Qinzong could not help but ask. Other way? The true void grand sage seemed to be thinking and hesitating. Finally, he said, "There is, and that is to use the mysterious heavenly mirror again." Then, without waiting for Qinzong to ask, he explained. The mysterious heavenly mirror is the most precious treasure of the mysterious realm. It is extremely mysterious and not that simple. The true void grand sage said seriously, 100 Taishian coins for each inspection is only a low-level inspection. As long as you have the cultivation of the pristine saint realm, you can detect it. If you use a higher level of inspection, you must be in the great saint realm to detect and break the inspection power. For a higher level inspection, it costs 1,000 Taishian coins each time it is activated. The true void grand sage said, "This is the rule of the mysterious realm. It is not something this old man can control. Even if this old man wants to use the mysterious heavenly mirror to do his own things, he must abide by the rules." In other words, if it was not his own business but the business of the mysterious realm, then there was no need to spend Taishian coins. 1,000 Taishian coins. Qinzong was slightly stunned. Although he had obtained more than 100 Taishian coins, Qinzong was clear about the difficulty. If he was not unique and was not suppressed by the ruins of world, the difficulty of obtaining more than 100 Taishian coins would have increased by at least 10 times. Many times, the difference in strength brought about a great difference in the results. Even so, Qinzong did not dare to recklessly say that he could smoothly obtain 1,000 Taishian coins. In the ruins of world, there were not only demigod rank gods and demons, but also righteous god rank gods and demons. There might even be spiritual god rank gods and demons that were equivalent to the great sage realm. If he were to encounter a divine demon expert of this level, he wouldn't even be able to escape. He would be killed immediately or even captured alive and brought back to the divine demon world. It was hard to say what would happen to him in the end. But no matter what, there was only one way to obtain enough Taishian coins in a short period of time, and that was to enter the ruins of world to hunt gods and demons. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong was about to set off for the ruins of world again. Chunzong, you have already seen and experienced the dangers of the ruins of world with your own eyes. The true Void Grand Sage said in a dignified tone, although you not only came out alive the first time, but also killed many demigod-rank gods and demons, it does not mean that the second time will be the same. But since you have already made up your mind, this old man will not persuade you to give up. But you must be careful and cautious. If you lose your life, you will not be able to see your Tao companion again. I understand. Thank you very much, Senior. Chunzong was very grateful. The true Void Grand Sage was really like an elder among relatives, taking care of him a lot. However, Chunzong could not ask for or borrow 1,000 Taishian coins from the true Void Grand Sage, nor did he think of it, because if it was possible, the true Void Grand Sage would not be stingy. Since the true Void Grand Sage did not ask for it, it meant that he either did not have that many Taishian coins, or there were other reasons. In short, he could not ask for it. In the end, he still had to rely on his own efforts. In that case, I will send you there again. If there is someone who wants to enter the ruins of world, you should team up with them. It will be safer. As the true Void Grand Sage's voice fell, he immediately waved his hand and opened a vacuum passage that led directly to the entrance of the ruins of world, saving Chunzong a few days of time. Thank you very much, Senior. This junior will pay attention. Chunzong was really grateful from the bottom of his heart. After bowing, he stepped into the vacuum passage and headed for the stronghold of the ruins of world again. This time, the true Void Grand Sage did not follow him. In an instant, Chunzong arrived at the stronghold of the ruins of world again. In addition to the 9 quasi-sages and pristine saint experts guarding the entrance of the ruins of world, Chunzong also saw other people. 3 quasi-sages. Among the 3 quasi-sages, one of them looked like an old man who did not have long to live. However, no one could underestimate him. After all, his old appearance was only his appearance. His strength was still at the quasi-sage level and had not weakened at all. His strength was still very strong and was not affected by his appearance. The old quasi-sage held a dragon-headed walking stick. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it had a very heavy feeling. The stagnant aura was also very vigorous and shocking. The other one was a middle-aged man with a very strong body. His arms were especially thick, even as thick as a thigh. They seemed to contain a terrifying power that could crush mountains. The last one was a beautiful woman who still retained her charm. Her body was surrounded by a long, colorful ribbon, which made her look even more elegant. When Chunzong arrived, not only did the aura of the 9 experts guarding the ruins of world spread out, but the 3 quasi-sages also looked over. When they saw Chunzong's young appearance, the 3 quasi-sages were stunned. They did not dare to believe it, and thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. How could he be so young? It was already very shocking for someone so young to be invincible in the heaven rank. How could he be a quasi-sage? One had to know that only quasi-sages were qualified to come here. However, this person was here. This showed that he had the strength of a quasi-sage. A quasi-sage who looked very young was undoubtedly surprising and curious. Brother Lei Ao, who is this person? The beautiful woman who still retained her charm immediately asked a quasi-sage who was guarding the stronghold that she knew. He is Chunzong and has the title of Wushuang Jindi. Previously, he was led into the ruins of world by the true Void Grand Sage and left not long ago. I don't know why he is here again. The quasi-sage named Lei Ao immediately replied. Title. That was the monstrous genius who had left his name on the sealed heaven monument. One had to know that only a small number of quasi-sages had successfully left their name on the sealed heaven monument. Most of them did not. There is still a big difference between leaving one's name and not leaving one's name on the monument. Those who had successfully left their name on the sealed heaven monument and became a quasi-sage would be more powerful and brilliant than ordinary quasi-sages. Entering the ruins of world again and coming out alive, whether it was just to take a look or to really experience it, it was not something that a newbie who had never entered the ruins of world could compare with. At least, he had a certain understanding of the dangers of the ruins of world. Although the true Void Grand Sage had told Qinzong that if someone entered the ruins of world together, it would be safer to form a team. However, Qinzong was actually more used to being alone. It was relatively free and flexible. Without saying anything, Qinzong also ignored the gazes of these people. After taking out the Taishian token and verifying it, he stepped into the ruins of world. His figure seemed to have been swallowed and disappeared. "Let's go too," the old man said and took a step forward. Immediately, he also stepped into the ruins of world and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the three quasi-sages stepped into the pitch-black crack one after another. They seemed to have been swallowed and disappeared. The 7 quasi-sages and 2 pristine saint experts guarding the stronghold retracted their gazes. "Sigh, I wonder how many of the 4 of them can come back alive this time." One of the quasi-sages sighed. "It depends on luck. Who knows?" After saying that, the 9 of them retreated and hid again. They would only appear again when someone came or came out of the ruins of world. This was one of their duties guarding the stronghold. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.